Olá, bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to ask those here in person to put your cell phones in silent mode. So I would like to welcome everyone here and also online. We are starting the first international workshop on robotic surgery and artificial intelligence promoted by ANVISA and ABRAIDI, and with sponsorship of Intuitive, Medtronic, Stryker, and Johnson & Johnson. This event will get together regulators and the regulated sector to talk about the state-of-the-art of medical technology. We will promote updates of technological knowledge in areas of interest for the development and regulation of robotic devices and artificial intelligence. During the 2 days of this workshop, we'll promote the exchange of knowledge of regulators, international and national representatives of the regulated sector. This workshop has also simultaneous translation in Portuguese, Spanish, and English. So now we would like to officially start our event. And first of all, I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Cirurgia Robótica, President of ABRAIDI. I would also like to invite Dr. Sergio Madeira, Technical Director with ABRAIDI. Dr. Augusto Geyer, General Manager of Technology for Health Products with ANVISA. Welcome, and the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, I would like to thank you all for being here in person and online. We have also people from outside of Brazil, and this shows the importance of our event. This is the first workshop, and I hope it's the first one of many. Thank you also to those who are watching us online, because you're also, making some time to watch our event. Robotic and AI have a significant role in health, improving diagnostics, medical treatments, and patient care. The best of the industry are going to be here to debate the future that is right around the corner. We are proud to promote this event together with ANVISA, and we know that it's going to be 2 days of a lot of knowledge. I would also like to thank everyone who's organizing this event, and also INRED for hosting this event at their institute. I would also like to thank our sponsors, Intuitive, Medtronic, Stryker, and Johnson & Johnson, who are global leaders sharing their experience with us. So I hope that we have very fruitful 2 days, and welcome you all again. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. Today, we are kicking off something that we started working on in October last year. And in the last few days, it was, a lot of work for us to be here. We've had some obstacles, but nevertheless, even though we're here, our representative from the Ministry of Health is not here with us. I would like to emphasize that because it is an aspiration that robotic surgery will be part of Brazil's reality. When we first thought of this event, we've always had in mind that an unequal country can lead to a situation in the future where any citizen suffering from serious diseases like cancer or others that actually have a better indication with robotic surgery could be treated regardless of their social and economic situation. Obviously, we're not thinking about that for 2025 or 26, but we would like to discuss these issues. And the purpose is really trying to overcome barriers, especially discussing that with people that think that robotic surgery is a type of luxury. And I've been hearing these kind of things from, different people. When we talk to people, people say that this is nonsense. I would do the surgery in an hour and a half, for example. But then again, the patient takes, 10 to 15 days to recover. So I would just like to highlight that this is the perspective, and the next panel actually is going to discuss some of these issues. And it would have been very timely that someone from the Ministry of Health in Brazil, especially from the Department of Specialized Healthcare, could participate. But it is what it is. And we have some of the best experts here represented by the companies that are offering their experts on the subject. Besides this opening panel, the other sessions are going to be very technical and academic. And we are going to hear, state-of-the-art discussions. We would also like to take the advantage of this environment that was raised by our regulatory community to try to close the gap between ANVISA. ANVISA already has registered products and has a lot of knowledge, but it's always good to renew these experiences and information. So from these conversations with ANVISA, we decided to create and come up with this agenda. This is a collective creation from the regulatory sector, from our experts, that related the interesting topics that we wanted to discuss. And we've debated a lot to come up with this agenda. And this was created by the people that are here present with us. With that, I would like to give the floor to our partner from ANVISA, Dr. Augusto Geyer, so that he can talk a little bit about the immediate future with ANVISA and some updates. Thank you very much.
Bom dia a todos. Dr. Sérgio, é uma honra.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Sergio, it's an honor and my pleasure to be here and to be able to share this type of event with ABRAIDI. ABRAIDI is a very important partner for ANVISA, promoting training and knowledge about regulatory subjects, where ANVISA can actually contribute with information and knowledge so that the access to medical devices is increasingly faster and quality.
muitos anos, nós temos
For a long
compartilhado
time, we've been
atividades como essa,
sharing these
seja
type of activities and promoting
sede
these
da
type of
Anvisa,
activities,
seja
either at
em outdoors
ANVISA's
como esse,
headquarters or in events like this one,
organizados pela ABRAIDI,
organized by
por outras
ABRAIDI and
associações
other
que têm
associations.
trazido aí, convites para esse tipo
And
de
we've
trabalho.
been
Eu
invited to
queria,
these type
já
of
de
events.
início,
And so
agradecer aos meus
I would like
colegas
to
de
first of all
Anvisa, nós
thank
temos aí
our colleagues from
todo
ANVISA. We have an
da
important
área de dispositivos
group from the
médicos
medical
que
devices
veio
present here.
trazer sua expertise,
They're here to
trazer o
share
seu
their
conhecimento
expertise and their knowledge,
e aprender com quem conhece,
and
quem
also
faz
learn from those that
quem
manufacture the
traz
products, from
tecnologia
those that
para o Brasil.
bring technology to Brazil.
Então, é claro que a Anvisa, né, tem uma limitação
Of
importante
course,
de
ANVISA
servidores,
has a
de recursos humanos.
limitation
Isso
of
não é uma
human
novidade. Eu acho que nos
resources. This is
últimos
nothing new.
meses, anos,
In the
aí,
last
isso vem
few
sendo
months
dado
and
bastante
years,
ênfase
this
pela diretoria
has been
colegiada da Anvisa,
emphasized by the
sendo
board
gargalo muito importante, não só
of directors of
para a produção
ANVISA,
dos
and
trabalhos
this
da
has
agência,
been
mas em
a
alguns momentos
funnel
para o
for
próprio
our
acesso
work and also
da nossa
sometimes
população
for the
brasileira a
access
determinadas tecnologias.
to
Então,
some technology by the Brazilian population.
chamado
So this
a
is
diretoria
a call,
colegiada tem
really,
feito e inúmeras
by
vezes
the board of
para
directors,
que Anvisa, Ministério
so
da
that
Saúde,
ANVISA and the Ministry of
setor
Health
regulado,
and the
fabricantes,
regulated
importadores,
sector,
façam
manufacturers and importers
os seus comentários com os seus
are able
parlamentares,
to
com os seus
discuss that with their representatives in
CEOs,
Congress,
enfim, os seus
with their
diretores médicos,
CEOs and
para
directors,
que nós tenhamos condições de fazer
so
aperfeiçoamento
that we're able
da
to
regulação
actually
que é realizada pela
improve
agência.
the regulation conducted by the
E isso
agency.
só acontece
And that
com
will
gente.
only happen
Por mais que a gente
with
tente
people.
aplicar a inteligência
We may
artificial,
try to apply
mecanismos
AI
de
and
inteligência
other
regulatória
tools of
e todo o arcabouço, todo o
reliance,
arcabouço de ferramentas que a gente tem à
and considering the
disposição,
whole
isso
framework
ainda
of
depende
tools that we
de
have at our
inteligência
disposal,
natural, né?
that is
Inteligência
still
de gente.
relies on natural
É um
intelligence.
processo que a
So
gente
that
vem
is really a
trabalhando
process that we have been trying
melhorar
to
nesse
improve
sentido
in that
para
sense,
trazer mais pessoas,
to be able to
mais
bring more
conhecimento,
people,
mais
more
expertise
knowledge,
para
and more
a agência, para que a
expertise
gente tenha
into the
condições
agency
de entregar trabalho
so that we're able to deliver
de
a
qualidade, uma
quality
regulação
and
à altura do mercado brasileiro de
regulation
Bom, nesse
for
sentido,
the Brazilian market of
a
medical
Anvisa
devices.
tem trabalhado numa série de
With that,
iniciativas
ANVISA has been working on several initiatives
algumas organizações.
together with some
Talvez
organizations.
a principal delas, né, eu acho que
Probably the
a Anvisa,
most
como
important
membro fundador do
one,
IMDF,
as ANVISA is one of the founding members of the
desde
IMDRF.
2011, desde então nós temos
Since
aperfeiçoado a
2011, we have been improving
de uma
the
forma
Brazilian regulation in a very constant
essa
manner.
participação da Anvisa no IMDRF
And
nos
that
permitiu trazer uma série
participation
de regulamentos
in the International Medical Device Regulators Forum has provided the opportunity to update some of the regulations in force in Brazil. And in 2022, we actually had the update of the RDC 181 from 2001. It was updated back in 2022 with RDC 751. So this is something that included several new practices, especially the risk classification of products that until then was not laid down by the previous regulation, so that we're able to regulate software as a device, nanomaterials, AI, things that came up in the last few years and that our regulation did not foresee. And therefore, we had those deficiencies, so to speak. In 2024, we had the publication of RDC 830 that updates the regulations for IVD, in vitro devices. So with that, we have an important evolution regarding the assessment criteria and the documentation submitted. So with that, we have more robustness to the technical dossiers that are submitted to the agency. The third regulation that it's actually also important that has been published at the beginning of the year is RDC 848 that talks about performance safety. So together with risk classification, it updates the requirements of new technologies, for new technologies that were not foreseen in the previous regulation. So with that, we have new and very important information for the technical dossiers submitted to the agency. The companies also have to update their document framework submitted to the agency. We realize that that's a very important work conducted by the companies, and it's work that requires a lot of work. So we recognize all of the effort that the companies have been implementing in that manner. We also say that the Brazilian regulation is not only done by the regulating agency, but that's also done by the hospitals, the Ministry of Health, and especially by companies that sell their products on the market. So the contribution from all of the stakeholders in the industry is essential so that we're able to conduct an evolution in the regulation, a regulation that allows for a proper assessment of new technologies. And when we're talking about robotic surgery, artificial intelligence, all of that is new knowledge that we're not able to learn in a university course, for example, in a fast way. This is a day-to-day knowledge that we gain. Anderson, as the technology manager, equipment, he can state that this is a daily effort from the team when we're talking about learning about this new way of practicing medicine and all these new technologies. We have recently discussed with other companies products that use AI for diagnostics. When we start talking about that, there are several possibilities that come up, including ChatGPT, which is probably the tool of the decade. However, we have to make several considerations about that. We have the LGPD, which is the Brazilian GDPR. We cannot include patient information on ChatGPT. That is actually one of our obligations. You know, the regulatory agency has to pay attention and take care about that when assessing some product that uses that. Therefore, AI is a challenge for us, not only technology-wise, but also considering the regulation per se. It's not something simple to deal with. And the lack of experts with knowledge in that area is still huge. So the discussions that we are about to have here are very important for ANVISA to improve the regulation when assessing AI and also robotic surgery and all these new technologies that we have at our disposal today. I think that most of you who are here also attended the hospital trade show, and the amount of pieces of equipment and of equipment for robotic surgery. I was amazed by the number of types of equipment promoted. So this is something that is increasingly stronger in our market. And just to finish, Dr. Sergio, I would like to comment about a specific regulation that was published in April this year, which is the Normative Instruction 290. And that regulation tries to close the gap between ANVISA and other international regulators from United States, Japan, Canada, and Australia, which is the one talking about regulatory reliance for the registration of these products. This regulation came into force last week on the 3rd of June. And so we're able to use assessments conducted by partner agencies. So we have confidentiality agreements with these agencies, and we're able to exchange information at any time.
And in this process of regulatory compliance, everyone can request a use of their records or authorization for any of those regulatory agencies that are considered equivalent to ANVISA. And this is something that is going to significantly reduce the evaluation time that comes from ANVISA in its registration processes. So we have an estimate of a reduction of around 70 to 75% of the time that it takes to evaluate and analyze any kind of registration process. When we have a registration that is issued by another authority, if it's one of the 4 authorities that we have this relationship with. So at the end of the day, what is the positive outcome that comes from this process? Of course, ANVISA maintains some of its regulatory requirements anyway, and they need to be complied with. So labeling, use information, certification of good manufacturing practices, product certification. This is all a requirement still. It's still mandatory for companies to comply with that. But the evaluation of the technical dossier is the point where this is going to be very reduced in this process. And at the end of the day, we've been trying to stimulate as much as possible so that companies, the ones that can have this regulatory reliance process, for them to do so that we have a gain at the end of the process that comes in the time. So the time between the protocol and the registration of the medical device. We want for the entire chain and for everyone involved to have some kind of gain so that we can access new technologies in a quicker and more efficient way. So my message is that for every company that has the possibility, that has any kind of records issued from one of those other authorities, for them to bring their they have their assessment so that we can have the regulatory reliance process and we can have this in our system, and it's going to be quicker. Of course, in big companies, I would like to thank our sponsors here today for this workshop. They have an appeal that is more important in that sense because the volume of product that goes through the big companies is very significant. And in a way, it also influences other players that are involved in this system and I can say the whole medical device chain. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Sergio Madeira and Dr. Sergio Rocha for the invitation. It's always an honor for ANVISA to be able to participate and contribute with this type of activity. I know that more towards the end of the week, we have a third activity, a third day of activities. It's going to be a training. And this is the type of action that brings significant gain to all the experts that work at ANVISA. We always have positive and interesting feedback that comes from this type of work. And with that, you're playing a very important part in the evolution of the regulation of ANVISA's Brazilian regulation. Thank you.
Obrigado, Augusto.
Thank you, Augusto. Boss? Well, we can never miss opportunities since Augusto is here with us and we still have some time. First, I wanted to say something and then I want to ask something as well. So first, I want to say that both days are supposed to be interactive. So we have the most important team for us in ANVISA basically is here in this room today. So I think everyone who's here will have the opportunity to interact with them, chat between all of you and asking questions, of course. That's why, other than the regular events that we have, we are here. Secondly, I wanted to ask you a question. We know that nowadays there is a huge challenge. There's a huge challenge of people, volume of work that ANVISA has, the many different areas that you work in. But my question is, specifically talking about AI, talking about robotics, what do you think are the main issues you see in the process? What are some blocks that are keeping this process from moving faster in the approval requests, analysis requests, that are going to be sent more and more now? Do you see that there are any blocks in the process, Augusto, or do you think it's going to follow the normal process? And the normal process, of course, depends on demand and the timeline that you have for that. Well, the main thing, I think the main challenge that we have in this process is that it's not enough for us to have new heads or new servers to act on the activities of issuing registration or the entire regulation environment from ANVISA, really. It's more of a learning curve issue. For regulatory topics, I think you'll agree with me that this is not something that is learned quickly and in a very simple way. There aren't university courses. There isn't something that is going to actually say, okay, you are ready to work with regulatory affairs. So the process, the learning process, the learning curve is very long. I would say in less than 2 years, we wouldn't be able to have a professional that has the appropriate information, experience, and security, safety to be able to act with issuing the medical device registration. So this is something that is very concerning to us, because we have a number of people working, and these people are going to have to train the newcomers. So this is a math that is hard to balance. Even though new people come in, let's say that for an ideal world in the technical management for health products, we need to have at least double people working in this area. And training this double amount of people is going to be done by half of them, because they are the people who are here working, that are here representing ANVISA. So it's a difficult work to be done and to have training. So I think that this is the main, I would say this is the main challenge we have nowadays. However, with dedication, with effort, and especially with the collaboration of associations and companies in this type of activity, this process becomes much more fluid and easy to deal with. Another very important topic is that we have very deep into our area, which is the general management of technology for health products. We work in many different areas. So all the people that today work with the medical device registration have also done some other time. They've worked with post-market, with inspection. They've worked with any kind of fiscalization. So this makes it so they have very broad capability and they're able to bring more knowledge to the new people that are coming into the company. I think you mentioned a situation that here on the other side, I'm going to talk about the supplier side, the manufacturer side. We always think that this interaction is very important. And thankfully, ANVISA has always been open for this kind of interaction. And that's why we have these events taking place. And this is very important because it's what you said many times. You're going to train someone for 2 years so that maybe they'll be ready after the 2 years. So the knowledge that the industry has, the knowledge that people who are working every day with these products have, makes it so we can have more knowledge and can be more helpful. So it's important for us to maintain this type of relationship, maintain this type of event, and having this opening so that we can really show these things. And considering all the challenges that we know that you're going through nowadays, we have a great movement through BIS. I think you know that. And publicly, bringing to people the main challenges we have today and the importance of ANVISA having new people coming in and having more people hired so that somehow we can have a stable number of people working and we can move faster with the work that needs to be done. So ABIS is an entity that has 2 other entities, actually 3, ADVAMED, ABRAIDI, of which I'm a part of, and CBDL. So we created a movement, if you're not aware, the big companies that are here, it's a public movement where we literally ask for the government to open a new hiring process so that things can go back to normal. So for us, the most important thing right now, other than this, of course, is this moment of interaction, participation, and also clearing up on the everyday, let's say 3 days, right? Because we have the 3rd day of the event that we're going to be together as well. But that's what I wanted to say. Perfect. Dr. Sergio Rocha and Dr. Sergio Madeira, once again, I want to thank you. I really want to thank you for this partnership that we've had over the last couple of years. And I want to remind you and all the representatives of companies, big, small, the entire regulatory environment that we have in Brazil. I want to remind you that regulation is done by ANVISA, by the ministry, by InMetro, by Anatel, and especially by companies. So we ask you to participate, contribute in public consultation, bringing your impressions. And ANVISA is always eager to listen to every information that comes in. And we always want to perfect the regulation that we're using in the country. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Eu vou aproveitar esse
I'm going to use the excess of time, and I want to ask a question to Augusto. and ANVISA in general. These are some things we talk about kind of in the hallway, but maybe we don't talk about it officially. So it's known by everyone that the developers and the manufacturers actually detain the knowledge of the technology in its application, in what's more advanced in terms of what is being considered and what can be applied. Of course, in Brazil, we have universities, we have specific research centers that can also have knowledge thinking about biomedical engineering, electromedical equipment, as well as systems and issues related to AI. However, I'll say it once again, in general, on the plan that is being applied, the productive sector actually has the knowledge. From the point of view of compliance, these contacts, more recently, for all the reasons that you already know, these contacts many times are looked at from a point of view of suspicion. So there's a lot of issues, and maybe people are very careful in dealing with that. So how do you think ANVISA would look at technical visits to the manufacturers that are developing these technologies? This event is an effort to bring the manufacturers into a very controlled public environment that has governance of the public participation. But in visits to development centers and research centers of these manufacturers, you can also very quickly have access to technology. And ANVISA, through its internal codes of conduct, how do you think ANVISA would look at this type of collaboration on the everyday operation in a more practical way? Because these are events that we do once a year. We have a lot of effort for them, but we don't cover all the knowledge possible. Maybe we have, 3, 4 days, 1, 2, 3 people from ANVISA in a development center. This is something that could bring a lot of speed and advancement. Yes, definitely. Around 2018, 2019, ANVISA worked with a project that was called Experimental Studies. It was a very interesting project where companies could offer suggestions and offer capacitation to the servers, not only for medical devices, but also for all areas that were regulated by the agency, so that we could have the possibility of interaction and actually visiting development centers or even production sites. At the time, GGTPS participated in 4 opportunities of action here. And we saw a huge gain. This was a time when there was a lot of interest, a lot of servers were interested in being in the process, and we have very interesting capacitation. Technologies that, of course, are all around the medical area. That made it possible to broaden the knowledge of the people who today are analyzing all the registration requests that we have. So there's no blockage to that participation nowadays. We don't have anything that is forbidden or any kind of very rigorous regulation. However, we do need to be careful so that this type of interaction can be shown in the most professional way possible, and also paying attention so that there's, especially for the sides of the company, we don't have any compliance issues with that. So if there is an interest and we have this kind of proposal for this kind of activity, this can be sent to the board. There is an interest for workers to have, for ANVISA workers to have access to this type of case, and we definitely want to maintain this kind of activity or even bring back this kind of activity, actually. Of course, we need to be really careful thinking about the schedule, availability, and all the issues that are involved in that. But if there is interest to promote this kind of interaction, then definitely we would be very favorable to it. And do you think it would be interesting to get to know what you are presenting? What blocks of knowledge would you like to see? Yes, we can definitely organize that. Oh, thank you so much for the possibility here and for being open to that. With that said, I would like to thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening to the opening of the event. And now we're going to go to the actual event. We're going to get started with our first panel. Thank you so much, everyone.
Os nossos agradecimentos aos senhores Sérgio Rocha, Augusto
Thank you,
Gaia,
Dr. Sergio Rocha, Augusto Gaia, and Sergio Madeira. So now we would like to start our first panel of this workshop. At the end of each panel, we will have time for questions. For those here in person, we will have a mic in the audience. Online, we have the chat on the Zoom platform where you can send your questions. And we also have a WhatsApp number 551194320906. So 5519439100269. So now we would like to start the first panel of the day. We're going to talk about public health and high techs in the world and in Brazil, robotic and AI. To be the moderator, I would like to invite Emerson Capaz, president of ICL.
Pois não, Dr. Sérgio.
Eu só queria
Just a quick comment. I would like to, talk about the presence of Emerson Capaz here in this environment. So he's not a supplier, he's not a manufacturer, he's not a doctor. However, Emerson knows a lot about technology. He was the Secretary of Science and Technology for the state of São Paulo during the Acovas administration, so he has a lot of experience. He's also an entrepreneur, a businessman, and most importantly, he has an experience as a patient. So considering his knowledge and experience, I invited him to moderate this panel. Normally, patients are not present in our discussions, right? So in this case, he's going to be the moderator. Thank you so much, Emerson, for accepting this unusual challenge. It's an honor, Sergio. Thank you so much for having me. It's going to be a very interesting experience to, I've known some of these speakers. In February, in the middle of Carnival, I went through a back surgery. It was an hour-and-a-half operation. It was a video laparoscopy, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you so much. It's good to be a patient and not a doctor, because I didn't remember the name of it. And I thought it would take me a long time to recover, but I was the next day at home, and then in 25 days, I was playing tennis again. So today, I understand completely the advancements of technology and what that represents in the lives of people. And also, the opportunities to solve difficult problems in 1 hour, 1 day. So I was really happy. And when I talked about it with Sergio, he said, I'm going to take advantage of you. And I said, no, not another surgery, right? And he invited me to be the moderator of this panel. So here I am. Thank you so much. So now I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Gonzalo Vecina, a physician and doctor of public health from the University of São Paulo.
Dr. Giovanni Serri,
Dr. Giovanni Serri, president of the Institute of Radiology from the Clinical Hospital of the University of São Paulo School of Medicine. Dr. Sergio Araújo, president-elect of the Brazilian Society of Colorectal Surgery.
De forma remota, chamo também
And online, we have Dr. Morgan Rupré, professor of urology at Sorbonne University and Hospital Pitié-Salpêtrière, and robotics coordinator of APHP Paris. Do you hear us, Professor?
Dr. Morgan, consegue me ouvir?
Dr. Morgan, can you hear us?
Sorry, I speak English or French. Thank you.
Passo a palavra ao Dr. Emerson Capaz, por gentileza.
So now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Emerson Capaz. All right, everyone. So thank you all for being here, especially Dr. Gonzalo Vecina, who is my partner, business partner. And it's always a pleasure to have him discussing our country and the issues of our country on our program. So, Dr. Gonzalo, the floor is yours for you to, say your first comments about our panel today.
Eu vou ao púlpito porque eu não resisto a púlpito.
I just came over to the podium because I can't resist to a podium. Good morning, everyone.
Por falar nisso, Sérgio, esses dias eu estava ouvindo o Sérgio Cortella.
Sergio, I was listening to Sergio Cortella the other day. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone here in person and those online as well. The other day, I was listening to Sergio Cortella and a talk where he was launching a book in philosophy, and the reporter asked him, so what do you think about artificial intelligence? And he said, well, I've learned with my grandmother, actually, when I was 7, that I should never turn something on that I do not know how to turn off. So I think we have to think about those consequences as well. So I was invited by Sergio to be here, Sergio Madeira. So Sergio, thank you so much for having me. And I was invited to talk about something that I do not know of, which is robotic surgery and AI. So Sergio said that we're at the political phase of this event, so to speak, and then afterwards come the technical part, so
político sobre a cirurgia robótica.
I will actually talk about some things, and some of things actually enable me to be here because I was at the foundation of ANVISA, actually, and part of the obstacles that Augusto mentioned have actually to do with ANVISA. Also, the Hospital Sírio-Libanês and Einstein in Brazil were the first two hospitals to bring robotic surgery to Brazil. There's a debate regarding the first one, and this is already in the past. Nevertheless, I participated, I was part of that discussion of the hows and whens to incorporate that technology back in the years 2008, 2009. So I really think that we have to analyze robotic surgery, and we also have to broaden the subject, you know. Today, 95% of the surgeries conducted in the public health system in Brazil are open surgery. And that's the opposite in the private sector. 95% of operations in the private sector are minimally invasive. So this is something that we have to realize, you know, we have to turn that button on in our minds regarding the incorporation of new technologies. The advantages of the incorporation of these type of technologies and having minimally invasive surgeries is that it's actually an advantage. Emerson also talked about his personal experience. And we're not talking about complex surgeries. We're talking about cholecystectomy, for example. Doing that in an open surgery or doing it with a robot is a sophistication, so to speak. At least, you know, considering Brazil, it's still something unnecessary since the video laparoscopy solves this technical issue of invasion and the recovery of the patient post-op. However, we have to bring this discussion into the Brazilian reality. Why are we not debating introduction of minimally invasive surgeries for patients from the public health system? We've never opened that discussion in a proper manner, and it's about time for us to do that. I see these debates happening, but not really being able to bring to the public health system a project regarding that innovation, which would certainly be more efficient, and especially considering the costs of hospitalization, you know, 5 or 6 days, where everything went well, an open surgery when everything went well, you would have, you know, only 1 day or 2 with a minimally invasive, days of hospitalization with a minimally invasive surgery. But we've never had the right tools to debate that at Conitec, for example, to incorporate the minimally invasive surgeries as a technology that should actually be introduced in the public health system, our Brazilian SUS. This leads to some of the debates or discussions that were dealt with in the previous panel, specifically concerning ANVISA. ANVISA is not responsible for that decision of incorporation of technology. The agency is not responsible in any other country in the world. The regulatory agency has to debate efficacy, safety, and quality of technologies that are going to be implemented. Those are the three main issues that are vital: safety, efficacy, and quality. In the previous panel, Augusto actually talked about the advancements of reliance. For example, a lot of people do not really understand regulatory reliance. So why do you have a registration in FDA and then another registration in Brazil? Isn't the FDA registration not enough? It's because safety, efficacy, and quality are three important pillars for the analysis of the regulatory agency. But there are other two pillars that are very important in my view, and that we normally consider less important. The fourth one would be access. It's not the final responsibility of the regulatory agency. Those evaluating technology for incorporation is not the regulatory agencies in the world. But there is a significant participation in terms of access. When ANVISA takes a long time to grant a registration, the population does not have access to that technology, so it may delay the access. So access has to be part of the regulatory equation. And the fifth element is something that we do not deal really well with, which is the economic element, both in terms of accessing a technology and also negotiating a technology. That is the ability that the technology to generate value for society. And that value is not really only access to technology, but also the economic results that stem from the use of technology in society. So when we're talking about health regulation is normally a non-tariffed intervention in a specific field of health assistance. So whenever we're talking about access to technology, we're also discussing an economic issue that is fundamental, that talks about, employment, access to technology, and also money in the society. So we actually have to wake up to that economic issue. Health regulation has always resisted historically to debate the economic reflexes from productive activities. But this is something that we really have to be more invested in. That is to say, whenever I have a registration in Brazil, that registration allows for that technology to be incorporated and negotiated, economically negotiated within our health environment. And that is not small. If I'm only talking about SUS, the public health system, we're talking about 210 million people. That is almost the size of 3 Germanys. We may be a poor country, but in terms of health assistance, we are a country with a huge market, and that market has to be assessed and validated. So when we talk about health regulation, the health regulation incorporates a need in the world, and it's part of a better dialogue within authorities so that technology is able to flow in a better way, so to speak, towards the whole population. Just like we create obstacles for the entry of a new technology, all regulatory agencies create obstacles for our technologies to enter those other countries. And so this is something that has to be more evident. And the idea of regulatory reliance is really such an advancement. It was a dream of us, to have these technological equivalents to discuss the incorporation of technologies. On the other hand, there is an important alternative, and we were talking about that actually before the event started. I was talking about that with Emerson, and Emerson told me, well, I've never lived such a difficult moment in Brazil, specifically considering some aspects. Considering other aspects, it was worse, of course, especially during COVID. But we've been living through a moment where there are several opportunities and we're missing out on these opportunities. We have a country with ability of production and consumption, but we are actually discussing, 50 billion reals that can be spent by Congress with no authorization whatsoever. On the other hand, we are discussing our budget, and 98% is committed with Social Security and payroll and education, and also expenses to decrease the impact of poverty on the population. And so the state cannot really invest in an improvement of the society as a whole.
But usually we look at this and we say, hey, see how the Supreme Court is terrible. That minister, the other minister, we usually watch them do these things. We watch the legislative area have this governance model. We watch the executive area ignore the needs of balancing public accounts and not spending more than what they can spend, and with that being able to reduce the interest rate. Democracy is not only 3 powers, we have 4 powers, because society needs to be included in that, but society needs to include itself in it. We need to start discussing how these 3 powers are actually jeopardizing the future of the country and even the future of humanity, in part when they're not able to control environmental disasters like what we just saw with what's still happening in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And we will unfortunately have similar events in the future. So to evaluate technology in health, we have this context. We need to really evaluate technology in health and not just doing it for fun. So today, why don't I have the video laparoscopy in the public health system? Why can I can't even dream of robotic surgery in the public sector, because we are not truly evaluating technology in health. We need to rethink what Conitec or an organ such as Conitec needs to do. And in that sense, I think we need to look very closely towards the experience that I think is the best experience of the evaluation of technology in health that we have in the world, which is the British experience of the National Institute of Clinical Health and Excellence. This is the experience of an autonomous agency, and that experience is essential for us to be able to actually discuss the incorporation of technology. They're an autonomous agency, but they look at the budget reality. But we need to have a law that is going to make sure that we have an autonomous agency and that this autonomous agency looks at the budget reality and for it to be respected by its outlook on the reality. If you look at the budget reality and a judge from anywhere in the country is able to change that through something called judicialization, which is correct. We cannot forget that judicialization in a last instance is a right reconstitution. This is on our law. So we need to rewrite the law and subjecting the law to the budget reality, because what is on Article 196, it's written there and it should be respected. So it says that it depends on public policies. But the judge ignores this fact that it depends on public policies and doesn't actually try to go and find these public policies. They make the decision of making their own public policy. Judicialization is a construction by the judiciary power of a public policy. And the judiciary power has been really been meddling in building public policies. This can be good, but it's not correct. It's in the wrong place. And I think that looking at these deviations in our democracy is really important for us to be able to build a democracy, which I'm sure is what the entire Brazilian society wants, and even the patriots, I think. So this is a path that we need to follow. Nisi works very concretely with very serious topics. The decision is based on evidence, and we know very well nowadays what it means to have the pyramid of evidence or medicine that's based on evidence. There's no reason for it to be outside of this structure that imposes decision-making. The second essential principle that Nisi talks about is the involvement with society. In all of Nisi's commissions, we have the active participation of at least 2 members appointed by society. And society is an autonomous, so they are an autonomous organ, but they do have society there. Independent specialists for decision-making. Decisions have to necessarily be transparent. I saw a question here, the question that Sergio was asking Augusto. When ANVISA was created, the values that we set forth at that time, they have changed now, but the values of the 5 years of ANVISA was the decisions of ANVISA are based solely on knowledge, not on will, not on desire. Knowledge is what is going to decide of the regulatory information. But now, knowledge is not in ANVISA. It is in society, in the companies, in universities. So the second value is cooperation. Only through cooperation can knowledge be accessible in the regulatory decision process. The third value was transparency, because you can't cooperate without transparency. You know, these double doors are a reality in Brazilian administration. The capability of capturing the private sector from the state is real. It's real all over the world. This talk of compliance all over the world is essential. And why? Well, because there is corruption anywhere. So cooperation needs to happen in a transparent environment. The fourth value is untranslatable, but you know, that is accountability. It only makes sense for us to have a public agency with these values if this is going to be done to deliver more value back to society. So accountability is the fourth value. I believe that in this space, we need to rethink the technology evaluation in the health sector, and specifically because a lot of these technologies that we end up not incorporating are due to the fact that we manage the health system very poorly. We do we have a management that doesn't really look at results because we have management systems that are very far from efficiency. Efficiency is a vital component on the management process for health services in Brazil. How many Brazilian hospitals nowadays, out of the 7,200 hospitals, are able to say how much does a procedure cost? It's not how much I spend in a procedure, but cost is an allocated expenditure on a process of production that is known. Nowadays, I would say that perhaps 10 hospitals out of 7,200 would be able to have an evaluation of costs and using this process of evaluating costs to then make decisions. Specifically, decisions that are related to the incorporation of technology and therefore have impact in cost allocation. This is a debt that the public health system and even the private system have to Brazilian society. And what is happening today with the supplementary health area, this disaster that is happening is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. However, we are going down, we are taking a dive in this well of inefficiency, in the same way we're doing it with politics, with the 50 billion of money used by National Congress. So there is a need for society to wake up and realize what's happening. So it is essential to incorporate efficiency as an important instrument to be able to introduce health in this civil process in Brazil. What I wanted to say, that was it basically. Talk about ANVISA, regulatory function of ANVISA, the incorporation of technology that has to be done in an autonomous and independent way. For that, we need to create a legal structure and admin structure that we currently don't have. And this discussion about democracy. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Gonçalo Resina, for this lesson we just got for the opening of the panel. And I would like to invite Dr. Giovanni Seri to give his presentation. He's the president of the INRAD and Innova HC boards. Thank you, Dr. Giovanni. Thank you so much, Emerson. I wanted to thank Sergio Ostia and Sergio Madeira for the invitation and for organizing the event on the Radiology Institute in RAD. We're very happy to receive you here, and it's something that discusses something very close to radiology, which is digital transformation, new technologies. So I believe that this is a very fitting place for this workshop. Can I use the slides here? Oh, it's being, okay, you're going to show it. I'm going to not talk too much, or actually I'm going to talk more about AI, because it's something that permeates health, from processes, assistance, equipment. More and more, we're going to have to live with artificial intelligence in the health sector. Here on the second floor of the Radiology Institute, we have the AI lab that was created in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic in partnership with Siemens and FAPESP. We have a Center of Science and Technology from FAPESP. And recently, this year, we created our second lab of artificial intelligence, which is generative AI in partnership with AWS. So we have dedicated a lot of time to studying the application of AI in the health sector. And during the pandemic, we created the first AI platform to diagnose lung COVID through CT scans. I don't know if you remember, but during the beginning, the first months of the pandemic, a lab test would take maybe 10 to 15 days to be ready so you could really diagnose. And there was no experience between doctors and radiologists of this overall symptomatology and how the disease presented itself. So we connected over 60 hospitals all over Brazil. Hospitals and doctors would put on the platform the patient's CT scan, and in 3 minutes, our platform would respond if the case is a suspicion of COVID and how far the disease had spread and what was the importance of that. In the beginning, COVID was deadly. It was a very aggressive illness in the pulmonary area. So it was important to diagnose early and depending on the case of the patient, taking them to an ICU right away. So ever since 2020, we've been using AI to support health initiatives. It's very important to mention that the AI market is a market that gets close to $1 trillion at a worldwide level, thinking about the healthcare area and the entire digital health complex. And it's important to highlight also that we've had great evolution of health techs in Brazil. Currently, we have almost 1,500 health techs in Brazil. They represent important investment of almost $1.5 billion. And this represents a great richness for us. Firstly, on the entrepreneurial initiatives, the possibility of developing health solutions that are customized to our reality, and on the possibility of creating jobs and companies also in our country. That's why, we consider that this idea of stimulating growth of entrepreneurialism and innovation in the healthcare area. We know that health really depends on resources. Some are hard to maintain. Thinking about the public health sector that has a chronic crisis and now private sector that also is going through a crisis. So we need to find more sustainable solutions. And we've identified, usually technology represents an increase in cost, but digital transformation is an opportunity actually to introduce technology that can not only improve access and reduce inequality, but also reducing costs. So digital transformation is a great opportunity of increasing the sustainability of the health area. When we saw the potential of AI in the healthcare area, we identified that AI is very essential in the development of new products, such as supporting clinical research and development for new medication. A lot of industries are using that. A lot of companies already have AI to develop new medication. So we have endless tools that can be used in this new product area. For management, we identify AI more and more in management. So from administration of a hospital complex or health itself, the information, so the information that AI can generate, the quick analysis that AI allows for to be able to define public policies, and the whole of the hospital systems, IT, data. So AI nowadays is really all over the healthcare area, and also thinking about patient assistance. It's very present on diagnosis and radiology, but also on the possibility of education being used for medical education, in adherence to treatment, and a lot to do with patient safety. So, for example, we allow for medical error and procedure error to be reduced. It can be a warning, if, for example, in an ICU, when the patient's parameters change rapidly, and we're able to more and more make the treatment more safe and precise. So, when we evaluate all these possibilities of AI, we realize that artificial intelligence initially, actually until last year, most of the algorithms of AI that were FDA approved were related to radiology. And this makes a lot of sense in a way, because when in 2019 we started discussing regulation of the telemedicine, radiology was already using teleradiology for 15 years. So radiology has always been very high tech, and it absorbs technology quickly. That's why a lot of the algorithms up to 2023 were related to radiology. Today, the algorithms are present in all specialities, pretty much, in cardiology, ophthalmology. So we see that there is a big spread of use of this technology, and we are now having algorithms for pretty much every medical specialty, and this is something that we see as a very important aspect to be able to improve health as a whole.
Something very important regarding algorithms is that one thing is to test the algorithm and start using it in clinical practice, but one important aspect is to validate it. A lot of algorithms used in radiology, for example, seemed very interesting at first, seemed very promising, but once we did the clinical validation, they did not show themselves so effective. So once we introduce an AI algorithm, we have to balance the benefits, the costs, and its real potential for practical use. That's why we've been living in that validation phase, really, of algorithms. So 51 are the relevant studies that assess the implementation and evaluation of AI in clinical practice. And among those studies, some were observational, others were experimental, and some were randomized. And this is really important for us to see how much that algorithm can be a transformative tool within healthcare. So we noticed that 92% showed an acceptable performance compared to human performance. 81% reported positive results for the medical team, and 78% reported positive results for patients. That is that in its initial stage, artificial intelligence algorithms have a positive impact for the health system, both for the medical teams and for patients. So that is to say that the use of AI in healthcare is extremely promising. I would say that it's very difficult to think about tomorrow's healthcare without the use of AI throughout the healthcare chain. A few years ago, one data scientist predicted, they actually said that we should not train radiologists anymore, because in a few years, AI would actually take their place. This was so impactful that in the following year, after that statement, here at the School of Medicine, no student applied for a residency in radiology. That actually created an enormous disinterest in radiology. But that's how it is sometimes in science. We do some incorrect predictions. What actually happened and revealed itself is that AI is an important tool for the radiologist, but it's not going to replace radiologists. So radiologists who do not use AI will actually be replaced by those who use. So that AI is going to be an essential tool for radiologists and other healthcare professionals. However, there are some challenges. In Brazil, we're actually debating the regulatory issue. I've had the opportunity to actually participate in a discussion and a public consultation in the Senate. And so what are the main regulatory issues, and what's the importance of regulation regarding the use of AI? First of all, it's important to consider the safety to the user and the violation of rights. So we have to preserve what's the patient's rights. We also have to have legal safety, legal security, but we cannot make regulatory tools a hurdle. We have to actually promote innovation. And sometimes regulatory mechanisms end up making innovation impossible due to costs, restrictions, and so on and so forth. One other concern is the overlapping of regulatory competencies. We all know here that sometimes it's really difficult to approve a new product, either in Brazil or anywhere in the world, sometimes. So regarding AI, we were to overlap other regulatory competencies, just like it was laid down in the bill. That is the creation of one regulatory agency just for AI, overlapping ANVISA, for example. So we are already regulated by ANVISA and ANS. We would have a third agency regulating AI in healthcare. That would be, completely nonsensical if we actually want to use AI in the country. So when we observe the healthcare chain, we increasingly identify AI in research and development. We identify its use in equipment. We've seen, MRI equipment. We saw a lot of robots in the hospital fair, trade show, using AI. So how would, one new regulatory agency take care of all of that? Other things that are important in the healthcare chain, like the management of health teams, the AI mechanisms are used in radiology for cancer diagnostics, for example, for intracranial bleeds, and other more simpler things like fractures. And also adherence of treatment. That's also one of the uses, to help patients take their medications on the right time, or sending alerts whenever there's a change. So the healthcare chain is really broad, and the AI applications can happen in diverse stages with different levels of risk. Initially, every application of AI in the healthcare chain was considered a high risk, and that would make the use of AI impossible in a large scale. But that was positively reversed. So we need to regulate the use of AI in healthcare, following the same criteria that ANVISA already adopts. So low, medium, and high risk. And I can also say that most of the applications of AI in healthcare have low risk. And of course, those of high risk would have to be more strict and regulated for their entry in the clinical practice. The costs of development, for example, regarding AI, they cannot be prohibitive, so to speak. So regulation needs to foster innovation and not hinder it. And we also have to consider some time to adapt the existing algorithms to the new regulatory reality. Also, establish the responsibilities. It cannot be a generic responsibility, right? One other thing that I consider essential for healthcare growth and the possibility of generating jobs and solutions as well is to guarantee the existence of an environment with lower regulatory pressure, especially considering innovation and development of new algorithms. We also have to harmonize national and international standards. A large part of equipment pieces and medications that we consume in Brazil come from abroad. So there has to be a harmonization between these regulatory standards. One of our priorities is the development of the economic industrial complex of health. So we have to adapt the regulatory agencies to promote the construction of this complex. Finally, when we talk about the overlapping of regulatory competencies, here on the screen, we see that healthcare is very much regulated. We see a lot of agencies and also the professional boards and international standards. So it's really important that this whole governance scenario takes into consideration that healthcare is already very much regulated, so we cannot create obstacles for the entry of innovations that will contribute a lot more to patients rather than compromising them. So those were my considerations regarding the importance of AI in healthcare and how regulation has to take into consideration the benefits and also the different risks for patients and healthcare professionals as well. We've had recently a new project coming up. We're still studying it. There are still opportunities for improvement and to adapt it to our reality. But the current project is much better than the previous one, but it's still far away from what we consider ideal. We are very much concerned regarding the regulation of AI, and it has to be adapted to our reality and also work for the benefit of citizens. So I would like to highlight the importance of AI in healthcare and our concerns regarding regulatory standards that have been discussed here in Brazil and in the world. But we always have to mind that artificial intelligence is really important. Thank you, Dr. Giovanni Seri. And now I would like to invite Dr. Sergio Araújo, the president-elect of the Brazilian Society of Colorectal Surgery and also the medical director of the Albert Einstein Hospital. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank ABRAIDI and Dr. Sergio Rocha for inviting me, also Dr. Sergio Madeiro.
E é como a gente não vê mais Sérgios hoje em dia. Agradecer
I would also
ao
like to thank Dr. Emerson Capaz, Congressman and Secretary, and also Professor Giovanni Cherry and Gonzalo Vecina. So we are going to talk about robotic surgery, and here are disclosures. No conflicts of interest, but I am no urologist. I am a colorectal surgeon and also do robotic surgery. So I would like to show you what we have to look at when we look at robotic assisted surgery. And that's why we're going to talk about prostate cancer. I actually have two remarks. This is my alma mater, the School of Medicine of the University of São Paulo. I served here for 20 years at the colorectal service, and it's a pleasure to be back here. And we actually have to talk about prostate cancer. Why are we talking about that? There are several specialties in RAS, and we're going to talk about an oncologic RAS. So when we talk about that, we actually have to talk about prostate cancer, intestine cancer, and cervical cancer. We chose prostate cancer because it's the most frequent one, and we only have 20 minutes to talk about it. 40 Brazilians die per day in Brazil. It's the most frequent disease. It's not the one that actually kills more, but it's the most frequent one. So here we have data from CONITEC, which is the agency responsible for the incorporation of new technologies in the Brazilian public health care system. And in their standards, it says that the radical prostatectomy is the directed treatment. But the removal of that gland next to the rectum is really difficult to be done. It's a very complicated surgery. So the radical prostatectomy and the excision of lymph nodes is the curative treatment of prostate cancer in its localized stage. What about RAS? So to answer the question made by Gonzalo Vecina, or actually consideration, the first robotic surgery has been conducted in Brazil 16 years ago in the Syro-Lebanese hospital in 2008, and in the following day in Albert Einstein Hospital, where I work today. A completely coincidence, you know? So what is robotic surgery? So we have robotic arms controlled by an expert surgeon through a console. This is a telecontrol. So the robotic system is a slave, so to speak, of the surgeon's operation. Today, we know that the last robotic system has an ability of processing not yet launched in Brazil. This is the Da Vinci 5th generation. that is equivalent to 1,000 Da Vinci units that we use currently today. So the new robotic systems will bring the element of AI that will allow for a better performance. So we have 16 years of robotic surgery in Brazil, and FDA has cleared robotic surgery in the US in the year 2000. So it's been 24 years. It's always important to show this video because one image speaks for 1,000 words. So this is the Da Vinci system operating a grape. So the surgeon removed the peel. The surgeon is sitting at the console using an equipment of high magnification of image, and it's in 3D, so it's not on a 3D glass. So you see that the arms are multi-articulated, and you can also see the size and the grade of miniaturization. So if we understand the grape is an analogy for the prostate, what would be the advantage of using a robotic system to remove a gland that is surrounded by vascular structures, lymphatic structures that guarantee the sexual power and also the ability to hold urine? Let's assume that we do not know that. We just landed from Mars and we're going to analyze that evidence. So the first thing is to analyze the oncologic safety. Does ROS provide safety? Yes, and that's non-inferior to the safety promoted by the prostatectomy open surgery or laparoscopically, which is another way of minimally invasive surgeries, but it's extremely difficult to be done. One other important context is that we like to say that Intuitive, which is the company that manufactures the largest number of robotic-assisted systems, targeted the heart because it was created to do the coronary revascularization. But it was actually a great use for prostate because reestablishing communication between the urethra and the bladder is really difficult after removing the prostate. And doing that laparoscopically with no assistance with robot, and only a few surgeons, and most of them are actually Brazilian urologists, are able to do that with perfection. The next step is to evaluate the results outside of studies. So that's the biggest difference between efficacy. And efficacy is what we used to call external validation in the 20th century. So the efficacy of the procedure within the study, where everything is artificial, even though the study is randomized. I chose the patient, I draw that patient, and at the end of the study, I'm going to ask, I determine the efficacy, and then the effectiveness is the extra efficacy for those patients that are not part of the study. They're not part of the study. So what's going to be the effectiveness of that procedure?
So we know that with a reasonable segment, the oncological safety of the robotic prostatectomy is ensured. And there's another important aspect. Now, going away from trials and going into the real world. This is a publication that came from JAMA, and it shows what are the functional results for 1,200 patients that had the open prostatectomy. 8.4% have issues with holding urine, and 59% have erectile dysfunction. So if you're minimally related to scientific, this is a big question mark. Can't you improve that? Well, maybe through that robotic surgery, but something needs to be done in this case. If we look at the role of robotic surgery in preventing urinary dysfunction, we can see that in the short segment and the long segment, there are differences. This is a scientific review that hasn't been finalized, but it's the most modern data. It was done by the Nucleus of Evaluation of Technological Health by Hospital Osvaldo Cruz that helps the Ministry of Health, and we are now borrowing. But there are other studies. This is the most recent. What about the real world? When we compare autonomic preservation, it means erectile function and the capability of holding urine. We know that when we use robotic surgery, we are able, in robotic surgery, we're able to have a fraction of patients that are significantly smaller when they are operated with robot assistance versus with laparoscopy, with protectors. And we know that using protectors for urinary incontinence is a very important indicator of quality of life. In the same way, when we look at erectile dysfunction, the capability of the robotic systems able to preserve the erectile ability is again significantly better when we use the robotic surgery in comparison to the laparoscopy. I'm no longer talking about open surgery. I'm comparing two minimally invasive surgeries. Real world data. Let's go to European countries, as Professor Gonzalo said, the NHS through Nice, and in this case, we're looking at the Netherlands. So what did they do? They reached the conclusion that we know when we use robotic surgery, there is a direct cost that is significantly higher compared to when we use the laparoscopy. The direct cost associated to using the robot is significantly higher. But there is a concept which is the relapse or reoccurrence cost. There's a Dr. Fernando Maluf at our hospital, and he always says that. He says, Sergio, when we talk about oncological treatment, there is the single shot, and we have the repeated shots. So we have surgery and then chemo, for example. In our case, the indirect costs are the ones that happen year upon year after the prostatectomy. Patient's rehabilitation, it doesn't end after the prostatectomy. And in this sense, the Dutch actually did a very great job in this paper, showing that the patients that had the robotic prostatectomy, all the indirect costs related to the rehabilitation of these patients are significantly smaller than those patients that were submitted to the laparoscopy. This is the evaluation in terms of health technology that needs to be done. This analysis needs to be done. And a lot of institutions know how to do in Brazil, and a lot of you also, I'm sure, know how to do. But this needs to be considered in a way that the conclusion of this real-world study in Holland, it shows that if you direct patients with prostate cancer to get treatment in the famous excellence centers, that this is not just a buzzword. Excellence center means it is a location that gathers doctors and healthcare professionals, multidisciplinary teams that are going to complement and do that activity best. If we direct prostate cancer patients to excellence centers that have at least 150 cases per year, the capability of economy in one case reaches 10,000 euros, which is almost 4 times the cost of robotic assistance for a case in Brazil in a national average. In one case. And as a result, In a continuous way, the NICE, the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, as Professor Gonzalo said, it's an independent organ that helps the NHS, actually got to the same conclusion as the Dutch paper. In the end, the conclusion was that commissioners that are involved in the treatment of patients that have prostate cancer need to refer said patients to excellence centers that can operate, at least according to the evidence, it showed 150. So we send them to the groups that do surgery on 150 patients per year. This number can vary. Should this happen in our country? Yes. Do we have excellence centers? We're going to show. Yes, we do have them. Just as a reference, if you want to evaluate other results considering oncological safety related to robotic surgery of other tumors, they are available on this review that was published on Annals of Surgery, the most prestigious surgery paper in the world. Nowadays, we have 260 robots, but 260 robots are available for what? A small number of patients that are assisted in private health. No, that's not it at all. Let's look at the distribution. On a total of 260 robots, 130, this is the total number, so they are on the supplementary health. 103 are in not Unacom systems, and we have 27 in Unacoms, CACOMs, and Excellence CACOMs. They're being operated by excellence teams. However, the cost is paid by the institution because it's not possible to make the patient pay that. This cost needs to be absorbed by the institution or eventually funded by programs of the federal government or even state level or city level, but not necessarily for robotic assistance. So where is it possible to reach? We can get to the conclusion that there are at least 27 robotic systems that actually help or serve excellence centers in Brazil that currently exist. This is not something that needs to be trained. We need to get this team and take it somewhere. No. These activities, these teams are already there. These healthcare professionals are already treating these patients also. And of course, is it an equal distribution? Yes, like many aspects of national health. Yes, just like medical residency, post-grad, just like the institutions that incorporate technology faster than other institutions, it couldn't be different in terms of robotics. But this is not an issue that we're going to solve or an issue that we can turn a blind eye to. It's going to happen, unfortunately. Training installations in Brazil, we have several, including one here on this very hospital, on the state of São Paulo, and a lot of others in the other states of Brazil. Another very important branch that really helps to transmit knowledge between excellence centers is what we call telementoring. So telementoring in robotic surgery has been regulated by the Federal Council of Medicine. So the legislative landscape of at least medical ethics already exists. It's already here, and it was actually from 2022, so it's not super recent. However, when we look at the latest evaluation from CONITEC, which is the organ responsible for the incorporation of robotic surgery and all other technologies in the public sector, we see that their evaluation that was done in 2021 condemns robotic surgery based on the scientific evidence that was shown at the time. So I believe that one of the issues here is asking for a new evaluation of the conditions involved in robotic surgeries for among other patients, prostate cancer patients, to be promoted with CONITEC, and this is our request. We need that reevaluated. To conclude, robotics is very efficient in cancer surgery. the cost versus effectiveness math is trivial, like we usually say in math, especially for the ATS professionals. And this option is already offered to a lot of Brazilians that have cancer in the public health sector because of these institutions. And the discussion of how this is going to be paid or repaid is very timely. So thank you, everyone.
Muito obrigado, doutor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sergio Araújo, another one of the Sergios we have here today. We have a whole group of Sergios from the very beginning. And now, Dr. Morgan, can you hear us?
Dr. Morgan, how are you? I'd like to invite you for your speech here. Well, yes, please. You have 20 minutes or 25 minutes to your speech. Thank you for staying with us in video. It's a pleasure to receive you here.
Yes, it's my pleasure as well. Super happy to be here. From the technical perspective, I need that to have the opportunity to share my screen, which is not possible yet. So can you ask the technical staff?
We are checking. 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you.
Ele está pedindo vídeo.
It is deactivated now, so I cannot share my screen at the moment.
1 minute. Our personnel is putting in on.
Okay.
Já? Ok. Mas não está aparecendo aqui ainda para nós.
Okay, it's working.
Okay, thank you.
You should see my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, please. It's okay. Go ahead.
Perfect. So my name is Morgan Dupré. I'm a professor of urology in Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital in Assistance Hospital Paris. It's one of the academic hospitals in Paris. We have 39 hospitals there. So I'm working there in one of the largest hospital in France with 2,800 beds. We have a large urological department where we have 3 robots. But at the moment, a few years ago, it was decided to expand the numbers of robotic platforms, and particularly Intuitive, which was the only partner at this moment, as more and more surgeons were requesting the access to the surgical platform. So it was decided to buy 9 robots at the same time and to trigger some discussion with Intuitive from Paris to California. So we had 3 robots, then we expanded up to 12, and now we have today 24 robots in 39 hospitals. So we are not saying that it is fantastic. We are just saying that it is absolutely important for us to have good access to the robot, because there are more and more surgical specialties that are working with the robots. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a urologist, and we are the main users of the robot in academic hospitals in Paris. But I will show you that more and more surgeons are working with the robots, and outside the clinical program and the possibility to develop minimally invasive surgery, what is important is to build a teaching program and a scientific program and a research clinical program based on the implementation of the number of robots within the hospital. So our status and mission as an academic hospital is also to evaluate the tools and to see what is feasible. This is where we are located in France. You all know Paris probably, and we are welcoming the Olympics in 3 weeks or 1 month from now. So you will see a lot Paris this summer. Hopefully not the hospitals in Paris, but you can see a map in Paris, a map of Paris with 39 hospitals, as you can see, an operating budget of 7.5 billion euro, the first biomedical research center in Europe. There are 12,500 doctors and 21,000 beds of hospitalization. There are 1.3 million admissions per year and 330,000 surgeries that are done every year. So you can see it's a big volume center. If you see it as a unique hospitals, the only particularity is that we have different location, and of course, it can have an influence on the decision you make as soon as you make a decision hospital by hospital. As soon as there is a centralization and a coordination, then you can see the development of minimally invasive surgery as an opportunity to merge the vision of surgery and to have a plan for the development, to have a better access for the patient and for the surgeon as well. We can see that Assistance Publique Hôpitaux de Paris is ranked in the top 10 of health research institution in the world at the 7th spot in the hierarchy. And there are also the particularity of academic hospital that it is relying on several universities that are quite famous in Europe. And as far as I'm concerned, I belong to Sorbonne University. So it is impossible to buy robots and to develop only clinical activities without taking into account the necessity to teach and to train the young generation. That is absolutely important because we need, as a school of surgery, to be sure that the next generation will be trained properly and is not going to exit the country to take the teaching activity that they should have on site. So we are locally, we receive more than 6,400 medical students, and as you can see, nearly 5,000 residents, not counting all the visitors, fellowship, observers that are coming from all over Europe and all over the world. So it is leading to research activities. I'm not talking about basic research, I'm talking about clinical research, and APHP from that perspective as a centralized structure, as well as 12 clinical research units, one in each hospital of the group to help its team and promote clinical research. So what is the history of robotic surgery? It came from a long time ago when only doctors were taking into account the possible improvement from technological development. We are in 2024 in a moment in time where the administration is perfectly aware of the necessity to use and to develop the robotic program. It was not the case before. We were totally isolated. And as you may know, the development of the intuitive has been more and less evolving as we know it for a smartphone or for laptops or for electric cars. It's improving each step of the way. But we developed and we used the intuitive program from the beginning, meaning that we were there in the first steps. In 2000, Prof. Abou in Créteil, in the Department of Urology, has done the first Da Vinci radical prostatectomy. It was published and released this way. But the first development were suggested and done for cardiac surgeon, but they were not really using it. And as you can see on the flow chart that it is displayed on your screen, you can see that urology, which is in blue, has gained more and more activity since 2004. And initially, the surgery, shear cardiac, the surgery for heart surgery was the first target, but it was a dead end and it was not a good way to develop. So the number of robotic surgeries has only expanded as soon as the urologist used it and tried to develop the indications. Of course, you can see the evolution of the number of robotic surgery over the years, starting for 2007, where there were less than 200 cases per year, and now we are nearly reaching in 2022, 2023, nearly reaching 1,500 cases per year. But on top of that, as you can see, there are more and more surgical specialties that are interested in using the robotic program. So, of course, the urologist, as I told you, but for sure the gynecologist, as you can see it also over the world, not only in France. And now with the new generation of robots, with the XI, you have the digestive surgeons, the thoracic surgeons, and the ENT surgeons that are willing to expand the number of indications and surgery that could be done with the robotic platform. I'm just talking to you about the intuitive platform because at the moment, this is what we have. We had an experimentation for 6 months with the Medtronic Hugo robot, which has been triggered and proposed recently, but it was not a success from the perspective of the surgeons, and we decided to stick with the intuitive program only at the moment. Not saying that we closed the door for Hugo, but from the experimentation we had, it was not successful enough to be convincing us to keep moving forward using the Medtronic device at the moment. So I'm just saying that we are using XI double-deck console every year all over the academic hospitals in Paris at the moment. So you can see the evolution of robotic surgery. It is based on the fact that the new robots allow us to do new indications. So to jump from an anatomic area for another. Initially, it was a lot of robotic prostatectomies when it comes to urology, and then kidney surgery, and then cystectomy. We all know the story. So it has expanded within the specialty and outside surgical field by itself. And the number of robots has urgently demonstrated the fact that we were translating more and more open, so-called old-fashioned surgery to robotic surgery. When it comes to pure laparoscopic surgery without any robotic assistance, the number are decreasing since there is a huge adherence and commitment of French surgeons to the robotic program. So in 2023, the year of another expansion by 6 additional systems, we have not developed robots that are allocated not to hospitals, but to certain areas of surgery. For instance, colorectal or bariatric or BPH or gynecological surgery. So what we assess and what we try to develop is to expand robotic within all specialties. So you can see there that the number of procedures is growing, but with a safe pathway, because we are, each time there is a new robot that is coming in our hospital, there is a proctor system where certain surgeons who are seasoned and trained with the robots are moving to the other hospital to help them to trigger and develop the robotic program. On top of that, as I told you, we use the double deck, which is a clear improvement in any hospitals committed in the academic development of a teaching program, because it is extremely helpful to help in a safe method to translate the technology and the use of the minimally invasive surgery safely from a surgeon to another without any morbid learning curve from the patient perspective. So it's absolutely important. So as I told you, at the moment, we have 22 systems currently working and active in Paris, and we expect to have 4 or 5 more very soon. So we are the biggest hospital in Europe when in terms of equipment of robotic surgery. I'm just talking to you about surgeons who are using the intuitive XI double deck. Not saying that there is no opportunity for new robots, and we are keen to evaluate that. But at the moment, the Hugo program has been closed after 6 months of evaluation, a few cases. And there are also robots that are going to be developed for orthopedic surgeons to help them to do the hip replacement and hip prosthesis. But this is not the same kind of robot that we are using as digestive, urological, and gynecological surgeons. So as you can see, the story with the robot is quite old because it started back away in 1998. And in 2024, we have now the largest Da Vinci facility in Europe, but it took us a long way to convince our administrative counterpart in the hospitals who are leading the budget of the hospital, that it was of utmost importance. Actually, the surgeons and the patient were living to private institutes, and we were not attractive anymore, either to recruit new academic surgeons or to convince patients to undergo surgery in public academic hospitals. So since 1999, you can see that more than 120 surgeons were trained in robotic surgery, more than 500 residents. There were more than 400 publications and nearly 23,000 robotic surgical procedures performed at APHP. So our group has a program and a target, which is to develop and to understand what is important in terms of clinical activity, bringing minimally invasive surgery to all Parisian patients, to develop a research program with proving together that the clinical impact of robotics, taking into account that the fact that we are not medical oncologists and we will not be in a situation to produce evidence-based medicine as we know it with arm A and arm B. So we need to adapt and be flexible a little bit on the quality of the data we report in the field of surgery, because the field of evidence-based medicine as we know it has been built to help, I would say, medical oncologists or doctors. But when it comes to very difficult to randomize. Important for the next generation surgeon. What we are trying to do is the APHP, as I told you, not a hospital per hospital project, but institutional projects, saying that robotics for us is a priority, which is really unifying us regardless of in which hospital we are practicing the surgery. So for the clinical activity, as I told you, it's expanding more and more. And what we have noticed is as soon as we place a robot somewhere and we trigger the activity, the launch of the activity is rapidly evolving, since that there are many surgeons that are used and trained and they are in a positive environment. So the adhesion to the program is quite rapid, and you can see that some surgeries are almost converted, as you can see on the flow chart of prostatectomy. Radical prostatectomy is nearly 100% of cases done by robotic surgery today. Probably the same is going to happen for partial nephrectomy, for instance. But there is still a way to go, as you can see on the right part of the flow chart for colorectal surgeon. For the moment, the vast majority of colorectal surgery is done by open surgery. And we do believe that the movement we have seen in urology is going to be the same progressively and step by step in digestive surgery and thoracic surgery. So look at the flow chart of the use of the robot in 2017. The blue is urology, and then 2023, you can see that still urology is holding the majority of the cases, but we need more and more platform for the simple reason that more and more surgeons are interested and have the ability to put some patient in the robotic program. So the clinical activity is the first pillar, and it's absolutely important to understand that the national average and the length of stay in the hospital has reduced dramatically since we started to use. We estimated that we have saved the equivalent of over 3,300 days of hospitalization by using the robot. So it's certainly an investment on the technical perspective, but you will save and you will increase the turnover when it comes to the use of the robot in your hospital. So what we are trying to assess, and it's very difficult because there are discrepancies and probably huge discrepancies between the Brazilian system and the French healthcare system. But anyway, we have a moment where we should raise the good question: who is paying the robot? Who is paying for the stay of the patient in a hospital? So we have a social security that is refunding everything for the patient. It's not a private insurance for our patients. So it's absolutely important for us to reduce the cost, because each night they spend in the hospital will have an extra cost for the patient. So as soon as it is safe, less morbid surgery, we save some money from that perspective, and we increase the turnover. The second pillar, as I told you, is the research in robotic surgery. What we have decided to trigger and to launch is a national registry in Paris covering as a databases covering all the recruitment of the data for any patient who is undergoing robotic surgery in hospitals in Paris. Because it's a collaborative work, we have critical masses of patients, high volume, and we believe that gathering this data, quality data together in a prospective manner is probably the only way to release convincing data at a large scale level, and at least at a level that is going to be comparable at what we know with what we know in big centers in the United States of America, for instance. So one of the first publications we have done was during the impact of the COVID-19 outbreak on oncological and functional robotic surgical procedures. So I'm not talking about the quality of the journal because it's, as you can see, it's not a very good journal of robotic surgery. But anyway, what is interesting is that gynecological surgeon, digestive surgeon, thoracic surgeon are coming up together to make publication in common. And it is quite new from the perspective of surgery. So there is a window of opportunity, we believe, to publish more together and to evaluate, for instance, the impact on the morbidity of such robotic tools. So as you can see, we have released nearly 400 publications, including the World Robots with the robotic teams of APHP, surgical teams. But we believe that quality is not quantity is not always quality. And what we need to do now is to work on the prospective database, which is granted by the French government to help us to release in that perspective. So we are currently recruiting and enrolling all the patients from the centers, and our purpose is to trigger the first publication as soon as we will reach more than 2,500 patients in the registry. And we are not far from them because as I am speaking today on 11th of June, we have nearly 1,900 patients enrolled in the database at the moment. Education is of utmost importance, but it's not only surgeons, also anesthesiologists, also nurses, OR nurses, residents, fellows. So as you can see, it's an extremely eclectic program, very vast, and it's a strategic challenge for the short, medium, and long term. We have created a logbook for the residents for initial training and to use on the simulator. Our purpose is to be a major player in robotic surgery at national and international level, to have good mentoring of Parisian interns, teach foreign fellows, and we believe in the advantages of the dual console system. Let me emphasize this because you in the room are concerned with the necessity to train properly the new generation of surgeons. You need to have appropriate tools, and you will never, I would say, take control of a plane, for instance, as aeronautic comparison without a dual console system. The same thing when you learn how to drive a car. So it's impossible at the moment with any other system to train properly a surgeon without a dual console system. And we have good tools and schools in France with the IRCAD in Strasbourg. We are developing also a school in Paris where we implement all the facilities to help the students to become, I would say, autonomous as soon as possible using the robotic platform. We have created an international diploma, academic diploma, which is called DEU, Ultra University Diploma in Robotic Assisted Surgery, with APHP and 6 universities of Île-de-France of Paris. And we are training each year 60, 70 surgeons who are coming from all over France and all over Europe to get a diploma from Paris in robotic surgery. Over 2 weeks of teaching from all the surgical specialties and all the people involved in the field of developing robotics. So not only Intuitive, but all the partners that you could see, Avatera, Hugo, Medtronic, and everything, just that they understand the ecosystem of robotic surgery. And as an institutional project, there is a group like an advisory board that is discussing together with the administration of what are going to be the next steps to help them to understand the big picture of robotic surgery at a local, national, and international level. So the group that I'm co-leading with Professor Blanc in Necker is a pediatric surgeon. As you can see, is including a lot of surgeons coming from different areas. And we try to have a medical project, but also to coordinate our research, training project, and innovation from that perspective. We have a double objective, guarantee a maximum utilization of the robotic system to optimize the return of investment at a moment in time where it is absolutely difficult. We have an economic crisis in Europe. There is a shortage in the recruitment of nurses and everything. So we struggle and we fight on an everyday basis to optimize the use of the robots, because we believe that it is like to have a Ferrari in a garage and not to drive it. So it's absolutely important for us to use it as much as possible. And we monitor the total cost to not exceed the initially forecasted cost in the project of the budget. So as you can see, there are several criteria to use and to follow up on the program development. And we try to give some feedback to surgeons and hospitals as much as possible. So on the horizon, we have 4 pillars. And as you can see, we can try to stick with these 4 pillars and trying to prove together the clinical impact, positive impact of robotics, making our center one of the main European teaching center for robotics. And we believe that it is a unique opportunity for surgeons not to be stuck in a dead-end vision of their specialty, which is only urology for urologists, only gynecology for gynecologists, but to get united as a group of people not performing surgery in the same anatomic areas, but to share their visions of how we can struggle together to develop surgery in a better, I would say, manner at the service of the patients. So thank you for your time. I think at the moment we are trying to work as much as possible in the direction of making Paris and at PHP one of the university hospital, a unique place in Europe. And we were absolutely happy when we knew that the administration understood us, and we are reaching now a number of robots which is more or less satisfying. Even if we are never really satisfied, we would like even more. But 24 robots at the moment, I think, is a good number when you compare the situation a few years ago when we had only 3. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan, Dr. Morgan. Nós agora temos tempinho, se quiserem aqui mesmo desse público.
So now we do have some time for questions for our speakers. Dr. Sergio is also organizing the receipt of questions online. And of course, we also have the possibility of asking questions to our speakers. Do we have anyone in the audience?
Aqui, por favor, tem
Here,
microfone?
please, do we have a microphone?
Se puder se apresentar e direcionar
If
quem
you
a
could
pergunta.
please state your name, where you're from, and who the question is for. Good morning, my name is Juliano. I work at ANVISA. I work in a department that is responsible for the regularization of medical devices, specifically equipment. My question is for Dr. Sergio Araújo. I would like to use your experience here, make the most of it, to actually try to get your opinion or what's your point of view on this one topic. I want to talk about the true need for skilling and training of healthcare professionals in using an equipment such as robotic machines that we can understand have a certain complexity to it, and technology is here. Perhaps the understanding is unanimous that this is a very consolidated technology. It is efficient, it is safe. When we talk about surgery, especially when we need a lot of precision. But this question goes to a professional like you because we always have this direct relationship with the suppliers or the developers, the manufacturers of the products. And we always ask this question because we are worried from the point of view of the manufacturer, how important it is to have these trainings, skillings for the healthcare service, for the professional. And then we always have the response from the manufacturer, but I wanted to ask your point of view because you are a professional that actually uses this machine and how important it is for you to be ready and skilled to use such a complex equipment. Perhaps one of the topics that I think we will cover tomorrow, which is usage of the human factor engineering and the interaction between human and machine, and to develop the purpose of the equipment with safety. And of course, not less important, but we understand that usability is very important. So it's very complex, as robotic surgery, but I just wanted to see from your point of view as a healthcare professional, if you have a skilling, if there's a minimum of hours of training that is demanded by the manufacturer, if there is an integrated center in the country that makes professionals get that training, the same way that the doctor was talking about the experience in surgery. I always had that in a laparoscopy surgery that was done like 20 years ago. And the doctor that operated on me, he would already joke saying that he was used to playing with those instrumentals and performing the surgery. I understand that if a professional has acquired a cheap equipment, that is not cheap, there is an anxiety to want to use it as quickly as possible in their own surgeries. And then it's important to not give in to that anxiety and actually be ready to use the equipment. So this is what we're talking about here. I just want to hear your experience from Dr. Sergio. Thank you. It's a great question, but this flow is already automatic. When we talk about certification for robotic surgery in Brazil, this started being promoted by the manufacturer. Since Intuitive and Da Vinci are the manufacturers and they are the most used robotic systems in Brazil, they have always embraced the certification. After that, there was some kind of uprise, let's say, and this was because different medical specialties thought that the certification for a specific specialty should be done by that specific specialty, because the argument was that there was an access limitation. But in truth, that didn't happen. There was just a concern in making sure that the training had enough quality. This is my opinion, of course. So the society kind of took point, and then the Federal Council of Medicine came in. So they determine the number of cases that the surgeon needs to have before they can operate on their own, just like their teaching track. And who does that? Well, when you acquire the robotic system, you're not only acquiring the robotic system, you're also acquiring the skilling or the training with it. So institutions, public institutions, private institutions that are philanthropic or not, they have a very well-established track. So it's a package that you acquire together, and this is very well resolved currently. And then the technologies that are used for skilling, not only of the surgeon, but also of the multi-team, are online training, on-site training, physical and virtual reality simulation, according to the training provider that the institution is going to hire. That will vary a bit. But the number of surgeries that the surgeon needs to have under his belt to operate is, according to CFM, 10. So 10 cases. This is no longer an issue. Thank you so much, Dr. Sergio. I have a question here for Dr. Rupert. I'm going to ask it in English, or attempt to, so it's easier.
Did you see any possibilities of lower costs in robotica with another players like Chinese, for example, in this robotic system?
Yeah, we are traveling a lot outside Paris to see what are the new tools. The only question is when you are used to something, and we can make the comparison of taking off from an airport. If you are a pilot for a Boeing, are you going to switch to Airbus very rapidly and very swiftly? So I'm just saying that in a moment of time where some surgeons are trained with a particular kind of robot, it would be a mistake to consider that any surgeon can jump from a system to another. And I believe that someday there will be some surgeons that are going to be trained with Intuitive and some surgeons that are going to be trained, for instance, with Medtronic. And it is going to be a choice of a team or an institution. But there is no rationale of a comparison of a robot to another. And at the moment, as far as we are concerned, speaking on behalf of the Parisian surgeons, for the moment, in June 2024, the Intuitive robot is the most developed and the most adapted, I would say. But it is true that to lower the costs, we need to have some other player on the market. Otherwise, we will end up into a dead-end situation. It will be impossible to expand the number of robotic platforms.
Thank you very much. Essa pergunta também está aberta à mesa, se quiser.
Thank you so much. This is also open to the table if you want to complement another question. How to create a database for use and cooperation between hospitals in São Paulo to follow and evaluate the results of Brazilians as a whole. This is open. Whoever wants to take the question.
Como é que você cria uma base de dados?
How can you create a database, if you want me to repeat? How can you create a database to cooperate between hospitals in São Paulo to follow and evaluate results of Brazilians as a whole? Well, I don't see that as something very challenging if the users of robotic surgery share data in areas, especially like Einstein Hospital, Hospital Clínicas, this one, Einstein, and other hospitals that use this type of technology. It's more of like a collaboration between the surgeons, but this should be a movement among the several users of robotic equipment. I think it could start in São Paulo, but I think it could be countrywide, actually. We have a large number of robots, but I think that sharing information is very useful, even when we compare region to region results. And I usually think that this data would help to strengthen more inclusion of the use of robotics in the Brazilian public health system. Maybe Sergio has a comment about that. Yes, Professor. Stratner and Intuitive, who are here, Stryker, sorry, have an economy department that usually study the efficiency in each project, the efficiency of each operation, the volume. So these are actions that are related to operational efficiency and quality. These are already available on the Genesis program for Stratner that actually answers your question, like, how am I going to train my doctors? How am I going to change my team? This is all a very established track. And what is related to data integration? We have this challenge of incorporating robotics in public and private health systems. Intuitive and Stratner have very hypertrophic and proactive departments to evaluate their data. So to evaluate the data of their own institutions. So if each institution is doing that, integrating, of course, according to the Brazilian data protection law, I think that might be the hardest part, because the platform of how to capture data, and even the platform that was already presented here, was already created by Intuitive, and this is a standardized way of studying the data. So yes, that does exist. Like Professor Giovanni said, that is a real possibility. Any other questions from the audience? Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello?
My
My name is Silvio Bechega from Agus Consulting. My question is from Gonzalo and Emerson. From your experience, a little bit of what Gonzalo talked about, the 4 important values of institutions. And I feel that at ANVISA, I see that frequently on the technical body that we have, the results that we see through many years working here. We feel that ANVISA has the 4 characteristics, and for me, that's very clear. However, we see technologies that are being more rapidly adopted. Technology generates more technology. And my concern is Brazil falling behind in this situation due to a lack of adoption and proper adoption of these technologies. I remember Gonzalo mentioned about the fact that society needs to move to make the institutions adopt the 4 values. So my question is for both. How can we do that? How can us, regular citizens and companies and associations, how can we do that? What are the mechanisms that we can use so that these technologies can be adopted? Obviously, the ones that are already proven, and they can be adopted in a quicker way in our country to bring economic and health benefits. I think we have an important funding problem, actually. This funding problem is not going to be solved by any magic trick, but there is a path. And the path is all of us need to own it. We need to really advocate for that. I usually like to look at the experience with AIDS. When AIDS first began, the ones that are old enough to live through that time here, there was a lot of uncertainty if that was going to work, because we didn't know if we were going to incorporate the new technologies, if we were going to build the centers that we've built to support HIV carriers. So there was a lot of disbelief in the possibility, especially in Brazil, to be able to do that. If we had looked at the budget reality, we would never had done the program that we did, which today is a huge success all over the world. We have just over 1 million patients today that are undergoing treatment that are carriers of the HIV virus. And the program is a huge success despite of its cost. So what made the AIDS program feasible? Society. Society's uproar, the structure that society organized itself in to be able to get to a project that was statewide, like what we did with AIDS. So what are the odds that we have of incorporating robotic surgery? And what is the future of the CAR T cells? The future is not treating one lymphoma or 2. The future of CAR T cell is being the treatment for cancer and a lot of other diseases. How are we then going to incorporate this technology if we are not able to incorporate it on the Brazilian institutions? I think that first, there isn't enough comprehension from society in terms of what's happening. We need to understand what's happening. And when you talk about doing robotic surgery, and when you think about the example of our coordinator here, it's really clear. But we don't have it very clear that having robotic surgery or prostate surgery via open surgery can leave you with urinary incontinence and with erectile dysfunction. If these issues are not better understood and discussed, I don't think we're going to have enough will to respond and to resolve these issues and to actually fund this model. And this is what happened with AIDS also. I think that part of the solution in terms of funding comes from this resource division that we have, where 15% of revenue has to go to health. But on the other side, what is going to be done with this money and how is it going to be done? Because these are two things that we haven't solved. What and how we're going to improve what is delivered to the Brazilian society. I want to add something here because I had a very interesting experience as the Secretariat of Science and Technology back in 1994. My area was with the federal universities, and we started discussing technological and scientific policy for the state of São Paulo. Unfortunately, after I left, that discussion came to a stop, and this stayed in the state secretariat. But when we started here on the government of São Paulo, one of the biggest challenges were the budget, because we came from a Fleury government, and after that, we came in and we didn't even have money for the first month in paying the state employees. Ever since the beginning, other than society and the public spirit and the strategic vision of a governor, we did not stop paying FAPESP from what was coming from ICMS. And after that, we were really sending resources and investment in FAPESP. This is something that FAPESP has always done in funding whatever was necessary to develop technology. We had FAPESP under our secretariat. Our partnership with FAPESP was extraordinary because I remember at the time, those 4 years, it was always FAPESP that was excellent in funding anything that was necessary for scientific and technological development. And we can't forget that, Vicina, because now on the Legislative Assembly, we have a risk of not paying them what is due, what is on the Constitution, and a change in the Constitution of the state to reduce what is being sent to FAPESP by the state government. And this is essential. They cannot lose their strength. I think FAPESP is the most powerful instrument in Brazil nowadays to be able to fund science and technology. And we're talking about robot, which is cutting edge technology in the world. And us as technology, as society, we need to not allow this to happen. Any other questions?
Eu vou fazer que essa seja a última para respeitar o tempo aqui.
So this will be our last question so that we can finish on time.
Eu vou fazer em francês para facilitar aqui também.
I will ask my question actually in French. Dr. Rupre, are you online?
Acho que ele saiu.
Caiu?
Ele deve ter caído.
I think the call dropped.
Ele não vai voltar, então.
Is he not coming back?
Ah, d'accord. Minha pergunta, na verdade, era para
So my question was actually about gynecological surgeries. I noticed that they increased throughout time. So I actually wanted to know if they were general surgeries or specific for cancer or any other disease. I was going to ask that question in French, actually.
Meu nome é Suilanite, tá?
My name is Suilanit.
Suilanite.
Oh, Suilanite. Sim.
Hi, Suilanit. So that's a great question. After urologic surgery, the specialties that are growing together are general surgery and gynecological surgeries. Within the gynecological arm, there are surgeries for benign situations like endometriosis and myomas, and also cervical cancer and endometrial cancer. So robotic surgery is actually a huge tool for the treatment of oncological and non-oncological cases. And endometriosis was actually considering it's part of the practice of institutions, and it was one of the leading cases for the adoption of robotic surgery, probably because women preserve their autonomic function and urinary and fecal function. All right, so I would like to thank Dr. Sergio Madeira for inviting me. I would like to thank all the speakers for their brilliant presentations. Thank you so much for also respecting the time. Congratulations, everyone, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Agradecemos as participações
So we'd like to thank Dr. Gonçalo Vecina, Dr. Giovanni Seri, Dr. Sergio Araújo, Dr. Morgan Ruprey, and also Emerson Capaz. So this is the first workshop on robotic surgery and artificial intelligence organized by ANVISA and ABRAIDI with the sponsorship of Intuitive, Medtronic, Stryker, and Johnson & Johnson. We now have a lunch break, and we will be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Olá, boa tarde a todos. Você volta a acompanhar o
Good afternoon, everyone, and we're back with the first international workshop on robotic surgery and artificial intelligence organized by ANVISA and ABRAIDI with the sponsorship of Intuitive, Medtronic, Stryker, and Johnson & Johnson. Our panel now will talk about cybersecurity. As a moderator, we have Giuliano Ascioli-Tesser from the Equipment Technology Department from ANVISA.
Muito obrigado, Juliano, pela presença. O convidado que nos prestigia de forma remota é
And online we have David Scott, the Senior Director of Product Security with Intuitive. David, do you hear us?
Ok, David? Ok.
Hello.
Consegue nos ouvir?
Do you hear us well?
Mr. David? Ok. Passa a palavra agora a Juliano Ascioli-Tesser.
So now I give the floor to Giuliano Tesser. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Vamos dar sequência ao nosso primeiro workshop.
So moving on with our first workshop on robotic surgery and AI. I hope everyone had a chance to have some coffee after lunch. And now we will talk about cybersecurity. It's going to be a more technical panel. So we discussed a little bit about public healthcare, and now we're going to talk about a more technical issue. So here we have David Scott with us. He's the Senior Director of Product Security with Intuitive. David has over 25 years of experience with cybersecurity in the USA. So Dave, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. You can start, David, please.
You guys should see my screen here. You guys see my screen there, my video, my slides?
Vocês conseguem ver meus slides?
All right. Good morning. So we know that surgical robotics have revolutionized the medical field, offering enhanced precision and minimally invasive procedures and improved patient outcomes. However, as these systems become increasingly integrated into our modern healthcare environment, they also present new cybersecurity challenges. I'm David Scott, your Senior Director of Product Security at Intuitive Surgical, and in our time together this morning, we'll explore a few of the cybersecurity challenges associated with surgical robotics and outline some real-world best practices to address these challenges and mitigate risk. Some of our specific topics this morning, we'll talk about the opportunities and the power and promise of robotic-assisted surgery. We'll talk about cybersecurity challenges across our industry. We'll talk about topics for practical protection and a life cycle approach for security. We'll touch briefly on regulatory compliance, and then hopefully we'll have some time at the end for question and answers if there are any. So why robotic-assisted surgery? So robotic-assisted surgery offers numerous benefits, significantly enhancing the precision control and flexibility that's available to surgeons during complex procedures. Utilizing advanced robotic systems allow for minimally invasive techniques that reduce patient recovery times, minimize scarring, and decrease the risk of complications, among other benefits. These robotic surgical systems provide high-definition 3D visualization, magnification of surgical fields, enabling surgeons to perform intricate movements with today unparalleled accuracy. Additionally, robotic-assisted surgery often results in shorter hospital stays and less postoperative pain, and that contributes, of course, to improved patient outcomes and satisfaction. The integration of robotic technology into surgical practices represents a significant advancement in the field of medicine, providing patients with safer, more effective treatment options. These technologies, of course, bring their own security challenges and elements of security risk. So let's take a look and let's explore those. The first one we think about as far as a challenge for surgical robotics is complexity of systems and environments. Now, surgical robotic systems are highly complex, typically comprising various hardware components, software applications, and various network connections. This complexity creates a fairly broad attack surface for us as security folks to protect, and that can be exploited by malicious actors. Each component, from the robotic arms to the individual instruments and the software controlling them, has to be secured against potential hardware and software vulnerabilities. Interconnectivity and access, this is a big one. Surgical robotics often integrate with other hospital systems, such as electronic health records, imaging systems, and communication networks. And this interconnectivity obviously increases the risk of cyber attacks spreading across hospitals and possibly even into the hospital. An attack on one system could potentially compromise others, leading to widespread disruptions and data breaches. Additionally, with continued growth of telesurgery, telehealth, and remote sharing capabilities, this interconnectivity increases the need for robust shared security models. Data protection and privacy concerns, certainly not a surprise here. We know these robotic systems generate and process vast amounts of sensitive patient data, including medical histories, real-time surgical data, and post-operative records. Protecting this data from unauthorized access and breaches is crucial to maintaining patient confidentiality and complying with domestic and international regulations. These systems also generate large amounts of operational system and procedural data that is used to develop analytics and key metrics to train AI models or to monitor improved system performance. So therefore, integrity of this data is critical. Another component, another unique challenge for us is real-time operations and security around those operations. We know that these surgical procedures require secure, reliable, real-time operation and communication between the surgeon and the robotic system. Obviously, any delay or disruption that's caused by a cyber attack can have fairly severe consequences, potentially endangering patient safety. Ensuring this availability, integrity of these systems is obviously paramount. Complexity of the supply chain for these devices and those vulnerabilities is another key factor. The development and deployment of surgical robotics involve multiple vendors and suppliers, each potentially introducing vulnerabilities. Insecure components or software from third-party suppliers or compromise of our supply chain can create entry points for cyber attacks. Ensuring the security of the entire supply chain is a significant challenge. Physical safety and security. Access control, meaning actual controlling physical access to the devices, in ensuring that only authorized personnel have physical access to the robotic system is critical to prevent physical tampering. Additionally, the physical theft of robotic components can lead to data breaches, unauthorized access to sensitive information, and lack of availability of required systems. One additional component not mentioned here in the slide, but I think we should add is the complexity around legacy systems. Now, we know that many healthcare facilities use legacy systems that may not be designed with the most modern cybersecurity standards. Integrating surgical robots with these outdated systems can expose vulnerabilities that are difficult to mitigate. Upgrading or securing legacy systems is often a complex, costly, and untimely endeavor. So let's look at some practical protection here. We talked about the complexities, the challenges, and the risks in our environment. Let's walk through a life cycle view of key considerations that need to be maintained around security of surgical robotics. So from a requirements perspective, sorry about that, we talk about market needs and design controls. Understanding the environment where you will deploy your surgical system is key. Understanding the regulatory environment, the security environment for the country, the region, for the customer that you'll be serving is of utmost importance to ensure that engineering and operational requirements are driven into your security lifecycle. From there, we talk about design controls. It's imperative that requirements be specific and traceable for ease of engineering for your engineering teams, for verification with regulatory bodies, and something that's easily demonstrated to your users to increase their confidence in the cybersecurity of your system. A pre-release risk assessment. So risk assessment that's conducted in development of these systems as you prepare to launch them to market. Very critical. Two components that we touch on here that have significant regulatory consideration as well: threat models and exploitability. So it's important that we conduct a threat model and consider all of the threat vectors that may impact the security, both physical and logical, of our robotic systems. The threat models that we use should be based on an industry standard, such as STRIDE, and they should be traceable to requirements and mitigations introduced into the system during design and development. Exploitability. Typically, we put a lot of focus with our risk assessment on supporting clinical risk assessments, and that's important. But in addition to addressing likelihood of harm, in risk assessment of these systems, we also need to look at the technical exploitability of the vulnerabilities that might be present and make the proper cybersecurity adjustments in the design phase of these robotic systems so that we don't pass those vulnerabilities downstream to our users. In design and development, we should be performing system hardening on these devices. That is, introducing security controls and security features to the system and its components that are based on known industry standards, that are repeatable, that are traceable, and monitorable within the system. You want to drive consistency across all of the components and how you secure them and how you report that security downstream in your registration. From there, supportability. All of these hardening standards should be something that can be introduced to engineering teams, can be introduced as a mitigation into the design of the system, and not something that's going to put undue burden on your maintenance teams and your service teams downstream, and certainly on your users of the system. The developer of these robotic systems has a huge responsibility in maintaining security during the design phase. Security testing. Obviously, there's a lot of security testing that happens in the early life cycles of robotic development. Two key considerations there: ensuring that you have proper coverage so that your tools and techniques used during security are covering all of the areas of the system, and that you're using the appropriate security tools and methodologies to detect vulnerabilities and mitigate them. It's very typical for device manufacturers and researchers to introduce automation into the security lifecycle, particularly in the testing area. While automation can certainly be used to augment your high quality security testing red or blue teams, the automation should be there to augment a good security team, not to replace it. And finally, in our design development considerations, we talk about security debt and software bill of materials. Security debt refers to when we have a large amount of residual risk through vulnerabilities discovered in the system, and we don't adequately address those early in the life cycle. In other words, we elect to put those in a later fix, or we intend to address that security vulnerability based on its risk aftermarket. Your security debt should be managed from a release standpoint so that you have a security roadmap that you can share with users and regulators on how you intend to keep that security debt under control, and how you in turn will keep pace with market requirements as well as the threats facing your system. From a software bill of materials perspective, it is a requirement across the entire regulatory landscape that you generate a software bill of materials around the components, both proprietary and open source, that are included in your system. Most regulatory agencies are requiring a machine readable version of that software bill of materials, and you should have a software bill of materials that is presentable to your users so they can understand and prepare for the software that is present in your system and what will be required to secure it. From an implementation and support perspective, so once the system is released, once a user has integrated the system into their environment, there are also security considerations that we must make as a market and as manufacturers to support security of that system. We have to be very clear in sharing security requirements with our users, both from the perspective of what's going to be required to implement this robotic system securely into their environment, and how we expect to work together to maintain security of the robotic system. That's also captured in shared controls, the responsibility and the level of responsibility required from each party in implementing security controls for the robotic system should be clear up front and should be agreed upon and aligned between the user, the manufacturer, and their teams. Continuous monitoring. Once the robotic system is installed in the user environment, we have to ensure that there's adequate and continuous threat monitoring across threat vectors, whether they be external or internal, that might impact the security of the robotic system. We also think about vulnerability monitoring, both from components that are internal to the system through that software bill of materials, and the monitoring of vulnerabilities that may appear in a live environment once the system has been integrated. One example of that in real world today is the ongoing investigation into the Snowflake vulnerability that you're hearing right now that might impact some of your software libraries and your database environments. Patching and updates for the robotic systems. There should be very heavy consideration in ensuring rapid delivery of critical patches for emergent situations where a risk is very high or uncontrolled and a security remediation or mitigation needs to be provided very quickly. That could be achieved through automation and over-the-air updates, which can be provided over a network or over a 5G connection, or it may involve more detailed work. As an example, having field engineers visit a site and apply these patches and updates. Keeping your system patched and updated against latest security vulnerabilities, while also receiving the latest updates from your vendor partner, are critical to maintaining that security boundary. Incident response is a big one. Two areas there that we focus on very heavily include coordinated disclosure, i.e. when you're working with a user and discover a vulnerability, or you may be notified about a vulnerability externally from a security researcher or a third party. Having a policy and a procedure in place for how you will manage that communication and notify your users of a vulnerability is good, responsible behavior, and it's important in maintaining security of the robotic systems. Along with these incident response plans and your incident response procedures, it's important and in many cases required that you execute an annual exercise every year, even if it's a tabletop exercise, to validate your implementation of that plan and your ability to execute on incident response. And finally, we all have a responsibility for clear and timely industry communication. That includes information sharing on vulnerabilities and general security issues across your user base, across your industry partners, and within specific industry regulatory and information sharing organizations such as ISACs and ISALs. Another recommendation, which is gaining traction along with our software bill of materials, is providing a dedicated IFU and an instructions for use, or a security white paper that contains all of the dedicated security information for your system that you can pass on to users and that they may use to help themselves do a better job of security your system once it is in use. And I thought I would include this here. If you take a look at the 8 or 10 critical areas that we just discussed from a life cycle perspective, from end to end design and development of a surgical robotic system, here's an example, a life cycle approach. And I think we'll be sharing this afterwards, but feel free to take a look at this and take some ideas from it. But this is how you would typically align your security processes and procedures across an environment, capturing all of those security needs and requirements in developing and fielding and maintaining a robotic system. And if you look closely, you'll see a lot of the elements that we talked about earlier. So when we talk about global regulatory compliance, how do we drill this down to hone in on critical considerations for regulatory compliance across the globe? Where do we see things that are common across regulatory environments, particularly with IMTRF countries like Brazil, like the United States, like Japan, and how can we summarize those? There's a few of those that come to mind. One of those is a cybersecurity framework and that dedicated risk management function. So we have to establish a comprehensive cybersecurity management program that includes a framework like the diagram you just saw for managing risk, and that program should be integrated into the overall quality system, focusing on identifying, assessing, and mitigating cybersecurity risks throughout the life cycle. That framework and that methodology should consider potential for both intentional and unintentional cybersecurity threats. Another one here is security by design. And that includes the components that we mentioned around threat modeling as part of the design process and developing a systematic approach to prioritize and mitigate those identified risks. And then design controls, implementing secure design controls to minimize cybersecurity risk and utilizing technical security features such as authentication, encryption, and integrity checks for software. Pre-market documentation. Being able to provide clear pre-market documentation to your regulatory bodies that includes items such as cybersecurity plans, software bill of materials, labeling recommendations, evidence of security testing and assessment. That includes penetration testing and vulnerability assessments. And that also includes detailed documentation around the architecture of the system. One item that's often overlooked is the fact that you also need to include post-market surveillance and incident response information. Your regulatory agencies want to understand how you intend and how you have planned for sustaining that system in its operational environment. Software bill of materials. We've seen a lot of this pop up over in the last year across the regulatory landscape. And this includes typically a machine readable version of a software bill of materials that can be generated during your development cycle. A user readable software bill of materials that may be ingested by a user or a regulator to understand the spectrum of vulnerabilities in software within a system. And that includes one item that's often overlooked, which is a secure, reliable means of sharing that information with regulators and with your system users. Typically, email is not the preferred way to share those SBOMs. So you're going to want to think about how you can share and ingest those in a secure manner. Vulnerability management. So when vulnerabilities are discovered in your development lifecycle, what is your process, your procedure, and your methodology for making remediation or mitigation to those vulnerabilities and minimizing that risk both before and after delivering that system to market? And that includes how you communicate those vulnerabilities with the regulators and how you communicate them with your customers. Oftentimes, this includes the plan for how you plan to address those vulnerabilities post-release. Vulnerability management on the customer side. That also includes how you will support customers in their securing the system in their environment, how you plan to push those patches and updates, and how you plan to partner with your customers in an incident response scenario. Testing and validation. Being able to adequately and properly perform security vulnerability testing, software code reviews and analysis, and testing and validation to assess all components of your system, and sharing that information with partners so that you can continue to reduce that risk even after the system is in use. Regulators today expect to see verification and validation of the testing that was performed and how you plan to address vulnerabilities going forward. And finally, incident response and recovery. It's important when responding to regulators and engaging in those registration discussions that you very clearly articulate your incident response policy procedure. You outlay a plan for communication, and you are able to discuss the resilience and the redundancy in your systems and how you plan to help users with recovery of those systems in the event of an incident. So key takeaways from our discussion today. Robotic surgery industry obviously faces a multitude of complex security and regulatory landscape challenges, and it's something that we are monitoring and adjusting for in our operations every day. We know that increased complexity in the interconnectivity of these systems, along with protecting the data that they generate, are some of our industry's biggest challenges, and we're working every day to solve those in partnership with our users and our industry friends and colleagues. We discussed the fact that implementing security by design along with end-to-end security lifecycle approach, which we showed on the screen there, will certainly enable better cybersecurity and hopefully more successful submissions with the regulatory agencies. And overall, the key takeaway is that a mature managed security lifecycle enables us to better navigate the regulatory environment, to better serve our users, and to address regulatory concerns as they arise. That's it for my formal presentation today. And if we have time, I'll be more than excited to take any questions if you have any. Thanks a lot.
Ok, David, thank you. Bom, agora a gente vai.
Okay, so now we're going to open the floor for questions. If anyone has any questions, I would like to start. I want to start asking David a question, but before that, I would like to just to provide information. ANVISA in 2021 published in the ANVISA portal a guide number 38, that talks about principles and practices for cybersecurity and medical devices. This document is available online if you want to check it out. If you feel like you want to read through it, this document was completely harmonized with a document that was already established on IMDRF. As mentioned, this is a forum that Brazil is a part of currently. And at some point, at some opportunity, there was a group created on IMDRF to discuss specifically cybersecurity. And with the results of that group, we developed a document. This document is harmonized with the document N60 published in 2020 by IMDRF. And ANVISA also participated on the discussion, and we were able to publish this guide here in Brazil. Other than this guide that is available, it is important, as David has already mentioned, on the group that was discussed on MDRF, we had two other new documents that were specific to cybersecurity. And I believe, if you're interested, you can check it on the IMDRF website. The documents are, the first one is N70, published in 2023, that talks about principles and practices of cybersecurity for legacy products, like David has mentioned before. And the other document that was recently published in 2023 has to do with the list of what we consider software inventories. So we gather the information of the software that is related to the equipment that has connectivity with the network. So we know that although the topic today is about robotic surgery, cybersecurity is related to any kind of medical device that has connectivity with a worldwide network. So ANVISA has also worked with this harmonization, and the goal of that was to be able to transmit this information and cybersecurity principles to the main developers of the national industry that want to develop a product that actually has that characteristic to it. So my question for you, David, today, in 2022, we have an institute that is a nonprofit here. Or I think it's located in the US or Canada, if I'm not mistaken. It's an institute that, if I'm not mistaken, they have very important data collection related to anything that happens in the world, but especially the US and Canada. It's ECRI. And on this list, they had a main, like top 10 issues related to medical devices, and this was published. One of those items is cybersecurity. So I wanted to ask you, in your experience and your journey with Intuitive, how what is the outlook of the industry related to the acquisition of this product? Because we know that this product, this is a specific case, for example, for robotic surgery. It's broadly shared around the world. We know that the infrastructures of hospitals are not always going to support exactly the specification that the equipment requires. So I wanted to know from the industry point of view, what is your concern when you are going to use a very high-tech equipment and the health establishment itself does not have the appropriate infrastructure to have this safe connection, for example. Just to illustrate, here in Brazil, recently there was a regulation for the 5G technology. However, this technology is still, how can I say, it's not really well distributed throughout the country. You know, we have a huge country with continental dimensions. So there's a few places where you have the possibility of having a 5G quicker connection, and that will allow for a surgery or any procedure that requires internet, for example, to go quicker, be better. So I wanted to ask your opinion from the industry point of view. What is going on and how does the industry work with its partners to be able to make these equipment available when the health establishments don't have the structure to support them?
That's a great question, and it captures both the technology perspective, and it also kind of touches on what we talked about earlier with legacy systems. So one thing that we've noticed, particularly with Intuitive, is that there's a certain amount of functionality that is maintained and that is available within the surgical system that doesn't necessarily require the full-time internet connection. So there's with our particular architecture and a lot of several other vendors, you can rely a little more heavily on what we would call an on-premise architecture, which means we can work with the hospitals to implement a lot of those data-driven type of activities in a local environment, whether it's hosted internally to the hospital, a local data provider, so that you don't necessarily have to have that global connectivity in order to achieve the benefit of the system. From a security design perspective, in some ways, you know, we smile as security folks. We can manage that security boundary in a much different way, and so your security concerns then become a little different. In those environments, you would, from a security perspective, you rely much more on being able to have communication with their user partners and provide service personnel or a service program that actually allows you to access those systems physically and provide that support in that manner. So most manufacturers pushing into these growing countries like Brazil, even some of the work that we've done in Japan, there's a heavy use of that on-premise model, which is why we continue to use that as an option both for the operation of the system and the security of the system. Hopefully that makes sense.
Ok, thank you. Eu acho que eu vou abrir. Deixa eu ver se meu celular que ficaram de mandar perguntas.
Let me see, let me check here because they said they were going to send questions. Let me just check the phone here.
Deixa eu checar aqui. Só
Let me double check.
Ok, tem uma pergunta aqui que encaminharam.
There is a question here that they sent. From the point of view of cybersecurity, what are the risks of remote surgery? What is the necessary network infrastructure?
That's a good one. So from a remote surgery perspective, we're making huge gains in the areas across the industry in the areas of telehealth. So a lot of what you'll see now is that ability to provide maybe a video consult or an audio guidance from experts that are remote that may be assisting a surgeon, assisting a surgical team that's actually in the surgery environment. There's a lot of research that's still going on with regards to actually performing remote surgery. One of the biggest demands there actually is not so much a cybersecurity concern, that is a technology limitation, and that's of course the latency that you might encounter across a huge global network where you are connected. Even if, hundreds of a millisecond latency when you're talking about moving a surgery device remotely is not acceptable. So a lot of the research right now is around how we eliminate that latency in performing surgery remotely through a physically located device. And the redundancy and the resiliency of those networks is where the security piece comes in. So obviously in a worst case scenario, you don't want to have a situation where you lose connectivity with someone that's providing clinical services on the other end. You may look at having a secondary team in the room. There's a lot of research that's still going on there to eliminate those challenges.
Okay,
Okay, there is another question here. Yes, I would like to ask a question to David about the industry perspective, and then Juliano, for you on the perspective of ANVISA. So what is the biggest challenge or concern for cybersecurity today? I will respond first, and then David can go ahead from the industry perspective. One of our concerns, as I mentioned, was the guide that we published. So the guide was published to be able to clear up all the requirements, and so you could have project development that is actually going to bring safety in terms of how this product can be operated with connectivity. These works that have been done together with IMDR have been essential for the regulatory agency to incorporate that and to bring it into the national industry also. So we know that the challenges are great, even though there is a huge effort on the industry side trying to have this cybersecurity for the cyber attacks. We also need to, on the other side, have a point of view thinking about hospital infrastructure. That's why that was my first question to Dave. So what's the industry's concern about that? Because there's no point the industry developing safety and protocols and projects to avoid attacks if the other side is not going to do their job, which is to have enough infrastructure to be able to put that in place. So I think one of the paths that we still need to evolve on, and especially when we have 5G all over Brazil, which is essential for this kind of remote surgery, especially to avoid one of the issues that Dave mentioned, which is the latency and that delay that you get. 5G would be able to give you that extra safety when you're performing that. So we would have alignment and then regulation to bring that infrastructure to the networks in health establishments. So this is also work that we need to perfect. We need to involve not only the medical device regulation area, but also the service area in ANVISA. Because nowadays we need to be all working together to evolve even more. This is a technology that is on its way and it's here to stay, so we cannot deny that. From the point of view of project development together with the manufacturers and suppliers, I think we are going down the right path. This guide is an important document. I think we need to work on the evolution of the two other guides that talk about legacy products and the list of softwares that are able to incorporate into an equipment. But on the other hand, we also need to improve the concern as to how the health establishments are going to be prepared and ready to then receive and be able to provide that quality and that security, thinking about remote surgery. So I believe we're going down the right path and we need to perfect it even more, especially with the service part. That's what I think. Dave?
Great summary. I agree with all of those are great points, and it's certainly things that we consider. For me, from a security perspective, I think the first thing we have to understand is the reality of the security situation, that as the healthcare sector in our respective countries, the security environment that we live in, the real world of what it is that we face every day. Everybody's probably aware, just recently, we had hospitals in London that were canceling procedures, turning patients away, relying on other facilities to help out with their medical responsibilities and their caseload because they were crippled by real-world cyber attacks on their facilities, whether it was ransomware, whether it's a denial of service, whether it's something else. That is the reality of the world that we face. And of course, as we already talked about here, when you start introducing those data capabilities and those interconnectivity capabilities, you're simply just expanding that surface of exposure. And so with that, I go back to what we touched on earlier. The first one of those is you must design and implement your devices as manufacturers. You must think about these limitations that we're talking about with infrastructure and the ability for users to respond. You have to think about that as part of your design requirements, understanding what you need in the market to help customers defend against what is this real world situation we live in every day. For most facilities, it's not a question of if there'll be an adverse event and we'll have a cybersecurity incident, but probably when. And so that customer partnership with hospitals, with regulators, with industry organizations that are responsible for sharing organization is paramount, because we live under that threat every day. A second thing to consider is, as we talked about before, what's required to actually eliminate some of these vulnerabilities that we consider to be low-hanging fruit in the industry. For folks that have been around in this industry, in the medical device space, for any amount of time, you'll realize, even in our talk today, that in some cases, we're talking about big issues that we faced even 10 years ago and still haven't solved. The issue of legacy devices in our infrastructure and how we sustain those, how we effectively deliver patches and updates and help users protect the systems, and how we actually implement the proper amount of security into our design environments. Those are all things that we've been talking about for years. And with all the work that ANVISA and IDRF, US FDA, all of these partner countries, we're all kind of pushing towards those same solutions that we've talked about today. The third thing that I think is worth considering, and I didn't necessarily have time to touch on my presentation, is all of the sweeping technology changes now and the rapid advancement across multiple areas that impact our industry. Things like artificial intelligence. Had to throw that buzzword out there. I don't think the conference would be complete without using that in a security context. But you're talking about protecting artificial intelligence ecosystems within the products and within the health system. And you're also talking about how attackers, how the bad guys now are able to leverage generative AI and things like that to amplify the effect of an attack. That's very difficult for us to deal with in a security context. You're talking about things like quantum computing. You're talking about the ability to click a button and launch a mass event against a network of systems. While it might seem futuristic and far off, it's happening today, particularly in areas where we are sharing imagery and sharing data files that could be modified. So those are my big three. And I think that I like the response that we've seen from all of the regulatory environments and the partner groups, understanding that we have to deal with these. And now it's a matter of getting organized and getting prioritized.
David, obrigado por nos
Thank you so much, David. Thank you for the lesson that you provided us with today. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I saw in one of your slides that one of the pillars that you mentioned is the partnership with research and development. So that moment where we need to have very close connection with the design area. Could you give us an example, maybe, as to how R&D on the PDP phase, so on the product development phase, how can it be more efficient in the sense of providing us with reports that are more consistent and more robust as to how I can protect my product against cybersecurity attacks? So what I mean is, how can I put together a document or even a document template that is a little bit better and it's more clearly explained to the regulators so they can understand what controls are in place by the company, what is the company doing to protect itself against cyber attacks. So it's much more in a partnership point of view with the R&D area. And how do I put together this whole data set to be presented later in an audit and support cybersecurity and product efficacy? Because sometimes I see that we do a lot on the after, so after the attack has happened, instead of collecting a lot of information or experience beforehand so that it doesn't happen. So how can we work as a company to be a little more preventative and predictive in that sense, and not only reactive after it happens? Thank you.
I love it. That's a great question. And that's one of the challenges of the day, right? So there's a couple things that we've learned in improving cybersecurity in the industry. The first one of those is that you have to, through the program model that I presented a little earlier, one of your key goals should be to involve and implement your cybersecurity team further left, meaning much earlier in the development process. As an example, if you have even a future forward type organization that is involved in early market opportunity detection, early technology screening, and you're developing, behind the curtain, so to speak, your next generation of products, your cybersecurity team should be given the option and should be leaning in proactively to be involved as early in that engineering life cycle as possible. Typically for manufacturers, that's going to mean in your technical design reviews or your preliminary design reviews that happen much before your actual design close and where the design is locked for the system. Part of the thing that we've seen that is very successful is also partnering with security researchers in some of your technology. So when you're designing and developing some of your newer products, it might be worth your time and your effort to involve external security researchers who sometimes we kind of see as maybe the gray hats or potential bad guys that are out here looking for these vulnerabilities. Building a trust relationship with those folks and picking their brain on what they're seeing and inviting them in under a very controlled, NDA type of environment to partner with you to look for those really niche vulnerabilities in your products that go far beyond just running a tool or reading a document. That's a very helpful method, and it's something that not a lot of manufacturers do today, but it's something that we consider essential in that life cycle. From a process perspective, we had talked earlier about a software bill of materials We had talked earlier about an IFU or a document that captures the security architecture of your product, whether it's a security architecture document, whether it's an asset evaluation type document, depending on your process. And what you're seeing with a lot of regulatory agencies now is they are asking you to provide not only that machine readable SBOM, but they're asking you to provide a cybersecurity management plan deliverable, which captures a lot of that information you're talking about as far as what design controls were used and how you intend to implement that life cycle that I showed on the screen, how you're intending to implement that from end to end. Good question. Thank you. Hopefully I answered your question.
Ok, thank you. Temos mais
All right, thank you so much. And I think we have one last question here on the online chat.
Da experiência internacional, de onde partem
So based on your
cyberataques
international
mais
experience, where
desafiadores?
do the most
É uma
challenging
questão
cyber attacks
estruturada
come from?
ou
Is it a
experiência-
structured
experiências
issue
amadoras?
or more of an amateur type of experience?
A good portion of the threat profile that we deal with in the healthcare sector, especially over the last 18 months, we've seen a very large increase in nation-state sponsored advanced persistent threat type of attacks. And you can read about these in the news. We're much more open today and actually talking about those events and the information around what happened. But we're seeing a much higher instance of organized attacks by a lot of these groups that actually end up being cybercrime type of groups. So it may not be an organization that's necessarily looking to limit your national healthcare capability, but they're realizing the black market opportunity to make money. And that's why you see so much a rise in these ransomware attacks that are conducted by organized and semi-organized crime groups, these syndicates, so to speak, that are able to get together and systematically select their targets and then execute an attack based on the type of infrastructure. That goes hand in hand with probably the second greatest threat that we see, which really is kind of a misconfiguration situation where we are not deploying our systems in a secure manner. And you read all the time about inadvertent data leaks and data loss. Something was inadvertently posted online, a database, a sensitive document. Somebody was able to find it, and next thing you know, they found a library online of 35,000 customer or patient documents or sensitive healthcare information documents that were posted online, and they actually had no idea that it was exposed. And that's partly due to what we talked about earlier about the complexity of our environment and not effectively covering all of your areas of exposure.
Ok, mais alguma pergunta?
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Yes, I think we have one on the right side of the room.
Obrigado. Parabéns, David, pela
So
apresentação.
David, congratulations on your presentation.
Eu sou Anderson da Anvisa.
My name is Anderson. I'm with ANVISA in Brazil. And you said that one of the biggest problems is the delay in transmitting the commands regarding the robotic surgery. So I would like to know if are there any robotic surgeries going on in the world? Is that delay happening globally, or even are there any systems that are actually able to mitigate that error? And one other curiosity that I have, if the Da Vinci has already suffered a cyber attack.
Good questions. So on the first part of the question, as far as remote surgery is concerned, from my awareness, at least across the manufacturing space where I work, a lot of that surgery that would happen at a remote scale across larger distances is still in R&D/trial phase. We worked with not only partner manufacturers in the United States, but with research companies on projects like laying a certain amount of fiber optic cable and trying to understand when we might experience that latency. You know, what is the distance where something either over fiber optic cable or in a 5G environment, what does that latency look like? And so a lot of that work is ongoing. I haven't been part of any of those. If they've happened, I haven't seen any of those surgeries take place at this point. But I know that it is not only under consideration by your individual manufacturers, but as part of our healthcare delivery goals across the industry. That's something we'll be looking at in great depth, you know, in the years to come. I think part of that challenge was, of course, just waiting for technology to catch up with the demand. In Intuitive's case, I'll give you a little Intuitive information. In our case, Intuitive was actually our company started back in the 90s, and one of our first trials was we were approached by the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency to actually develop a technology to be able to do remote surgery on the battlefield without having to put surgeons or medical folks in harm's way. So that mission to that ultimate solution continues today. We certainly haven't solved it. I think we will, and it's a lot of fun, but I don't quite think we're there yet. When we talk about Intuitive's cyber posture, no, we have not suffered a cyber attack that impacted our surgeries or has impacted our product in a major way. And part of that, I think, is due to the diligence of the team, diligence of our customers. But I think that it's still imperative that everybody stay vigilant. I say that with a note of caution, not with a note of pride. That it's just something, as I mentioned earlier, this is something we live with every day.
Okay.
Very well. Thank you so much. And we're coming to the end of our panel. I would like to thank David Scott again for being here with us.
Thank you.
It was an excellent and positive presentation, and we always learn a lot with those that are actually at the forefront of the development of those technologies. So on behalf of ANVISA, I would like to thank you again for participating at this event, and I would like to also thank Dr. Sergio for having us. Congratulations again, and thank you so much.
Thank you, my pleasure. Enjoy the rest
Os
of your conference.
nossos agradecimentos mais uma vez a David Scott e a Juliano Tesser por todas as informações fornecidas nesse painel.
All right, so we would like to thank again David Scott and Juliano Tesser. Now, moving on, we are going to talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning in healthcare and robotic surgery, regulatory considerations. We have today with us Renato Sabatini, a PhD. He is also founder and president of the Brazilian Society of Health Informatics, CEO of Sabatini Education and Consulting.
Boa tarde, prazer em estar aqui hoje nessa reunião.
Good afternoon, it's a pleasure to be here. I've already been introduced, so I'm an expert in information technology in healthcare. I'm a professor of the University of São Paulo and University of Campinas, and also a consultant for different institutes. I'm interested in AI for a long time. My first works were in 1975 with machine learning, non-supervised machine learning.
Para chamarmos o nosso outro convidado,
Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I would like to introduce our other speaker. We have also Mayank Kumar, Director of AI Research with Stryker, also joining us online. Dr. Mayank Kumar, do you hear us well?
Yes.
Hello, Maya.
Thanks everyone for having me here. I come from a background of building IML technology in healthcare, and we have worked with different regulators all across the world in Stryker, and we would like to share what we have learned so far and also start this discussion and folks here in Brazil understand and explore what lies ahead for AI ML in healthcare.
Ok, passo a palavra agora ao professor Renato Sabatini, por gentileza.
Right, so moving on, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Renato Sabatini.
Your curriculum in a short form in Portuguese, okay? You're understanding me? You're hearing me? No, it's not hearing me. Ok, vamos lá. Dr. Mayank Kumar é diretor de
So
pesquisa
Mayank
em
Kumar is a
inteligência artificial da
director in
Stryker,
AI
nos Estados
research with
Unidos.
Stryker
Ele é
in the United
indiano, é
States.
graduado pelo Indian
He comes
Institute
from
of
India. He's
Technology, Delhi,
graduated
em 2010.
from Indian
Depois
Institute
ele
of
conseguiu
Technology in Delhi in
PhD em 2015
2010,
pela Rice University, nos
then
Estados
acquired
Unidos.
a PhD
Ele
from Rice
trabalhou
University in the
sucessivamente como
United
engenheiro
States,
na
and he has
Qualcomm,
continuously
na Gall
worked at
Surgical, onde foi
Qualcomm, Gall
inovador e
Surgical,
pesquisador.
where
E
he was
atualmente,
a
desde setembro de
researcher, and
2012,
since
ele é
September
diretor de pesquisa em
2012,
inteligência artificial
he's
na
the
Stryker.
director of
Okay, welcome,
research at
Dr.
Stryker.
Kumar. The word is yours.
Okay, I think let's get started. I have a small slide presentation for the audience here for us to go through what AI has for healthcare, and then maybe towards the end, I will also share an experience that we had recently on taking a product that's AI ML driven all the way through FDA, and then maybe we can open the floor for questions and understanding on this very exciting topic. So I'll probably share my screen and let me know if you guys can see once it's shared.
Yes. You can show in full screen. Okay, very good.
Okay, thanks everyone for having me. Let's get started. Today I will talk about how AI and ML is changing healthcare, particularly robotic surgeries, but also elsewhere in healthcare. I have a background in developing these technologies as part of all the work that I've done at Gauss Surgical and then in Stryker more recently. So we all know that AI is vast and changing rapidly. And like 2023, as I call it, it was the year when the rest of the world started realizing the impact that AI will have in everything that we do on a day-to-day basis. It has things which are going to be enabling healthcare as well, and we are at Stryker thinking very seriously about it. And we also want to engage with the regulatory agencies world over to better understand the ethics of using some of these technologies in healthcare. AI is not new, I must say that. It's been around for a long time. As we all know, artificial intelligence is something that the world has been working on, or the scientific community has been working on since 1950s. And the idea there is to have computers do what we thought only humans could do. And there is a lot of example of artificial intelligence already within reach and also in the products. Even the regulators in US have cleared several AI ML products if we talk just about healthcare. Machine learning is just one way to realize artificial intelligence, that is to teach machines how to act like humans. And the way we do it in machine learning is through data. And the way we teach a computer to act like humans is by training it on data that shows it how to act like humans. And that's one way of doing artificial intelligence. And we talk about neural network, and that's something that a lot of you folks would have heard about, I just want to make sure that everybody is on the same page and better understand like all these terminology that get thrown around a lot. So machine learning is a way to teach computers how to act like humans. A neural network is just one algorithm or one way that a machine learning method of teaching machine can be used. And then if we come more recently, the term generative AI has been very popular in the popular media as well as elsewhere. It's a new method that has come up more recently, I would say in the last decade, that allows computers to actually generate images, music, language, and more. And that's a different breed of machine learning. It's still driven by neural network models, but it's kind of a different way to think about it. Whereas in healthcare, primarily speaking, we do a lot of predictive machine learning. And what that means is we provide clinical decision support. We predict the state, we predict things. And that's where everybody is more used to. Generative AI is just a new breed. And we have to also start thinking about how generative AI would impact healthcare. Large language model is just one example of generative AI that's used to generate language. And if you think about it, all of us talk and listen and understand. A surgeon talks to a doctor. The patient understands the need. So there is a lot of language involved in healthcare as well. And so it's also an interesting thing that we need to invest our time and energy to understand how these large language models that are being trained at this point can be useful to improve the healthcare. And then the final one that I think I just want to touch upon it is just one example of a large language model, which is ChatGPT that everybody would have heard by now. And it's just one type of large language model or one breed of large language model. So this is kind of my attempt at kind of providing an overview of how this field is evolving. When regulators talk about AI, actually they rightly talk about AI and ML. That is the two biggest block here, and not necessarily the specific model or the specific way of doing things. Because when we regulate, we want to make sure that it's applicable for several use cases as well as several generations of technologies that will come. Now, I will just quickly go through a few examples to illustrate what AI is and what it is not, just in the interest of helping our audience kind of better understand how we think about it. So we know that machine learning is AI. Predictive analytics, as I mentioned, is a type of AI. We can predict, like as for example, in clinical decision support, as to what disease state a patient would have in future based on their current vital signs or ECG or imaging data. LLM is again a way of generating language. These are all examples of AI. What AI is not are rule-based algorithm. So things like we have been doing since the dawn of computer is that if then else loop is not an AI. Descriptive analytics, if somebody describes that, okay, the statistics of population distribution, the patient population distribution, that's not AI. Any querying tool or search engine, such as the Google that it predates before the launch of Gen AI, is actually just a search tool. I'll keep going. I'll give you an example of few that within Stryker, we have examples of both machine learning and rule-based, and we'll talk about one example of it during the later part of my talk about how we build it. These are just some examples of things that we know internally. But let's talk about AI in mainstream. And we all have seen this happen in front of us in the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, where we have autonomous vehicles on the street being tested as we speak. We have fitness applications that people are using every day that has significantly improved over the last decade. We have ChatGPT or similar technologies that can allow you to do amazing things. You have things to monitor like storefronts, and we call it ambient intelligence, but it's basically to understand what's happening in a setting. We have things such as Face ID within Apple, and like things that are like generating images. Now, the thing that we think about, and like we as the combination of industry and regulatory bodies have to think about is how are these technology going to impact healthcare and how do we regulate it? Because it's one thing to be wrong in, say, a fitness application. It's a totally different thing to be wrong in healthcare. And we have to understand how do we evaluate these models? What is the training data? And like, so we want to better understand this technology with an intent to apply it in healthcare and also with an intent to make it safer and usable in health practices. One specific example that I would like to draw a parallel to is autonomous driving, because it's also an industry that is regulated, and that's something where safety is of paramount importance. And it is something that is evolving across the world, where these autonomous vehicles are actually now being able to drive across the street. And the way they have been able to do it so far is by actually getting a lot of data and training on it. And they are also evaluating it under a limited setting. And we have to start thinking about how do we enable healthcare to be in the similar lines? Like, how do we enable testing some of these models, which are not yet perfect, in a more controlled setting so that we can better understand the implications and challenges that this field imposes. Again, ChatGPT is another popular example. We all know how it can hallucinate. When it works, it's amazing, but it also does not work all the time. And this is very critical if we think about providing surgeons with a way to summarize the clinical notes or other applications that people are talking about, is how do we wrestle with the idea of hallucination with wrong results. So these are some of the things which should be in the top of our mind when we start thinking about these technologies getting into healthcare. One of the things I would like to draw everybody's attention to is how the world is adopting healthcare in AI or AI in healthcare. So I have one plot on the left that shows here in the US, the Food Drug Administration had cleared many AI/ML products over the last 10 years and how it's been increasing, I would say, to a closely exponentially. And the idea there is that they have a solid regulatory background already in place to help the industry submit these, what we call as 510(k) submissions, as a way to kind of clear some of these medical devices. And it's very apparent that the subgroup that's getting the most clearances are in radiology, and then the next one is cardiovascular, and then there are others as well. But it's kind of very interesting to watch this grow and understand, and there are so many applications of this across healthcare, not just in radiology. And so we expect this trend to continue forward, and that's why we are excited in terms of what it entails. And the reason we need to do this as a team is to make sure that we are bringing the best technology to the bedside so that both the healthcare practitioners as well as the patient get benefited. On the right side, I'm showing some of the bigger healthcare companies in the world and how much they're talking about AI. Within Stryker, we believe more on building AI technologies, and we have kept it more nuanced and balanced in our narrative. We want to build technology for that last and has a high quality standard, and we do develop a lot of AI/ML technologies. So I come from one division within Stryker called Digital Robotics and Enabling Technology, and we have the responsibility to build the technology behind some of these products that we launch, such as the Mako robotic platform, as well as all the digital infrastructure that goes in the backend to enable some of these robotic procedures as well as surgical procedures to be executed. And on top of it is all the AI work that we are now putting together. Just to give a glimpse, there are so many products we have made in the last 10 years or so, and we are thinking about how we can enable AI in many of these products. And the way we think about this space is through the whole care continuum of a patient. So we keep the patient at the center of our AI offense as well as our digital offense. So we always think about how a patient get transported, get diagnosed, how do we plan a surgery, how do we operate during intraoperative procedure, how do patient recover, what do we monitor? How do rehab happen? So we look at it from a patient-centric view, and the reason is very simple. We keep patient at the center of everything we build. And also the message here is that when we think about AI, in general, we have to keep patient at the center. The risk to the patient, the opportunities for improving healthcare. So our purpose is to accelerate the deployment of AI across each of our businesses. And when we think about AI and how it will impact healthcare, we think about 4 buckets. One is empowering the providers. So we all know that healthcare providers across the world are working day in and day out, are actually serving the population as the population ages across the world, and they are feeling the pressure. So we need technologies, particularly digital as well as AI, that can help improve their efficiency. And we think about it as operational efficiency. How can we reduce their mental and physical workload? So that's one bucket where we think AI has a significant role to play in healthcare. The second one is procedure planning. With a lot of data that we do have by now around planning procedure, whether it is orthopedic procedure or endoscopic procedure, we can automate a lot of small pieces with human in the loop, with surgeons in the loop, so that they can feel empowered to help build these technologies, help build a care plan that can be actually utilized to provide the best surgical plan for our patient. Procedural guidance, the way when we think about that, is actually during a surgical procedure, during a care delivery, what kind of intelligence we can bring to reduce both the mental workload as well as improve the clinical decision making during a procedure. And then at the end, we also think about how do we enable our own team to be more efficient when we think about AI, so that it has to begin from within. Today, I'll talk about only one product, to be very specific, and walk us through the journey so that we can understand how AI/ML products are taken all the way from an initial idea to the final FDA cleared product. And in the middle, I want to actually highlight some of the challenges as well as risks and opportunities of how we actually navigated this and what are the things we learned. And that's one is Triton, which is improving maternal care. To be very specific, we developed a technology that can image a sponge, a surgical sponge, which is blood soaked, which is like something that high blood loss surgeries or maternal delivery has a very common occurrence of in a surgical procedure. And we image those sponges that are now they're going to be discarded. Before it get discarded, we image it and we tell the amount of blood that's soaked in it. And why is it useful? It's useful to plan, like say blood transfusion, to actually initiate a hemorrhage protocol. And there is a lot of, I would say, important decisions that are based on it. And we will walk through how the performance looks like, what is the criteria for acceptance and things like those. The other AI technology that Stryker already has built and is used by our surgeon is the 3D planning software for our shoulder arthroplasty procedure. So between these two, we do have products already out there in the market, and I'm going to share experience of Triton today with the audience here. So it all started back in 2010, when few of us were at Stanford observing a surgery or a high blood loss surgery, and we realized that, well, there is actually no good way to identify how much blood a patient lost. Some people actually weigh the sponges, some people just eyeball the blood loss, and it's actually a guess estimate, as we used to call it. And no technology existed back then to kind of determine the amount of blood. And it's such an important piece of information to plan the next steps, like whether a patient will go through a hemorrhage, do we need to initiate a hemorrhage protocol, how much blood we need to get from blood bank for transfusion, is all dependent on how much we anticipate the patient lost blood during a procedure. And as I mentioned, visual estimation of blood loss is highly inaccurate and imprecise, and there are a lot of studies already done on that topic, published in a lot of journals, that shows that there's highly inaccurate way by visually estimating it. To just give everybody a glimpse of how challenging this could be, here is an example of 2 canisters. This is another place where blood is kind of go from patient body before it goes into waste, is a suction canister system where actually blood gets stored. And this is just an example of two canister that look similar when you look from outside. They have similar amount of volume. And then people have to guess based on how much blood each of them contain. And I'll just show the next slide to show how different it could be in terms of actual blood amount, not the volume of the fluid, but actual blood that these canisters contain. And that's like an order of magnitude different, because it's very difficult to guess, estimate, or eyeball these numbers. And we spent the last 5 to 10 years actually developing technologies that can actually measure these, as you can see, with the help of putting a simple plastic insert within these canisters and a QR code for color normalization that can help determine the amount of blood more accurately. And so that's just an example. And so these are some of the images of sponges that actually get thrown away, but has a lot of blood in a surgical procedure. And as in particular in US, it's very surprising statistics, but hemorrhage is the leading obstetric cause of maternal morbidity and mortality. Around 70% hemorrhage-related maternal deaths are preventable, at least in US. And this is something that is very alarming, and thing that we have worked tirelessly in the last decade to resolve through the use of AI and computer vision technology. I'll just give you a demo of how this is used, but we will talk a lot about how this is regulated as well. So this is how an end user, which could be a nurse, a circulating nurse, or who images these sponges before putting into a sponge bag. And we estimate all these different characteristics of the image automatically. The algorithm, the AI/ML model, runs on an iPad, uses the iPad camera or an iPhone camera. Both are possible. And also we image the canister, the suction canister, simultaneously or just after that, and determines the total blood loss in all of this. And so the surgeon or the anesthesiologist get the total blood loss. And if there is an hemorrhage possibility, they will get notification about hemorrhage related alarms that the hospital can set themselves up. So let's talk about how we think about AI, ML, and what it takes to build these technologies in a reliable and safe manner. And as I mentioned, when we teach machine learning to act like humans or maybe have superhuman capability, it all boils down to the data we use to train it. And it comes with a lot of experience as like what type of variations one has to introduce in the training data to make sure that it captures the variation that one would see in the field. So as in this example, as few folks could guess, things that are very, very simple to vary is like the light's color temperature. Why? Because different OR across US or across world may have different tone of lighting, and that may impact the quality of image or the appearance of color. We may also want to vary the amount of saline that gets soaked, as well as the amount of blood that's in the sponge. So we do actually collect all this variation of data on our own in benchtop by simulating an OR-like environment. And we call it the training data, so that we can train a machine learning model to predict the amount of blood that's soaked in the sponge. In the training data, we already know how much amount of blood we put into the sponge because this is by design. And then at test time, which is when the product is actually used, we have to verify as well as validate that these things are working within the spec. But this is just the beginning. We have to be very mindful around the design of the training set. And that's one of the cornerstone of designing a successful, safe AI/ML model. And this touches upon all the challenges around AI ethics. Is if suppose the model takes the image of a person or say an image of a CT scan, we need to make sure that those are representative of the population that we are building it for. So if it is a certain demography, a certain like male or female, certain age group, certain ethnicity, we need to ensure that the training data set has all that representation. And that is one of the cornerstone of regulating and ensuring success here, is to first ensure both that the training data is representative as well as it is something which is openly verifiable. And that is an important aspect, because different companies will build different technologies over time, but we need to make sure that they share at least the distribution of data set that are being used to train the model, because some of these AI/ML models are very difficult to inspect otherwise. It's best to inspect the training data that goes in. And just to kind of give you an analogy, it's kind of like when you teach a machine to act like human, you need to understand what you are teaching it on. We'll keep going, and then the next stage is the validation, which is a standard protocol that we sit down together, in this case in US with the FDA here, and explain them the challenges we have learned and what is an acceptance criteria for a product like this. So we sit down with the regulators, understand like what kind of statistical analysis need to happen, such as in this instance, it's Bland-Altman analysis. And this is something which is standard in the world of statistics and showing that one measure is similar to other. But then we also have to agree on the limit of agreement, which is how much wrong it could be on a statistical basis. We cannot have guidelines on per sample. That's kind of something that everybody understands in the regulatory world, that there are guarantees which are statistical in nature. So in this instance, it was plus minus 1.9 gram with a 95% confidence interval. And the idea, the acceptance criteria is derived from several studies based on what clinical decision it's going to impact. So based on those studies, that how many sponges are in a procedure, we can deduce and connect back how much error we can accommodate in this product. And that something is mutually agreed. It is something that we sit down with our regulators here in US and determine and understand and explore. We explain everything transparently. And then we set up an acceptance criteria. Many times we don't have to do that because there are predicate devices and they have already set up that. In this instance, there was no predicate device. We were the first one to market. So we had to go through what we call here in US de novo. And that's kind of like a new product category. And so we have to sit down and discuss all the performance criteria, the spatial control and things that we need to bake into the product. So that's just a glimpse of one AI/ML product that actually we took from an idea all the way to setting up an acceptance criteria and then running a VNV. And the way we run a VNV is we take a new sponge type, we build the product, all the ingredients of it, including the application that run on iPhone that houses this AI/ML model, and then we give it to a separate team that actually test it out with a large enough sample size. So in this instance, it is 450 data points, which is decided based on the confidence interval and the power of the test we are running. And then they go and vary all the parameters that need to be varied. There is a protocol called the validation protocol that need to be executed. And then that team would come back with whether a sponge type passes or fail that acceptance criteria. If it passes, then we will safely launch that product with that sponge type. So each sponge, as audience can guess, would need to be separately validated because different sponges will have different amount of soaking capabilities, different thread type and things like those. So here in US, we do have a set number of sponges that the product is cleared for. And then the last thing that I would like to touch upon is up till now, or maybe up till last year, the way regulators in US have looked into AI/ML product is that AI/ML models, which is part of a software as a medical device, are usually locked after release. And by that, what it means is that we are not expected to retrain those models. If we retrain those models, then we have to go back and reevaluate it in a risk-based assessment as that there is any new risk, and then decide whether it requires a new 510(k) submission or a letter to file. This is all terminology within the US. However, more recently, over the last couple of years, the regulatory body in US have come up with something called as predetermined change control plan, which my colleague Manan would actually go in more detail later in the afternoon. However, just to touch upon it, it allows us to define what part of the whole system can change over time, which is like what are the AI/ML model that would learn from the data after post-release. And then we actually establish a process within the company to reevaluate the performance as soon as we retrain the model, make sure that it is actually better, and then iterate fast so that we can bring the best of AI ML to the customer, to the patient here in this instance. And why do we want to do it, and why I think it's a good idea is because it then reduces the time it takes to improve the product, because we are going to get a lot of data when these products are launched, and those data would actually improve the models as well as the system. And so if we can reduce the time it takes to go to the bedside from the benchtop, it is going to be a net benefit for the healthcare as well as the patient, who are the center of everything that we do. So that's kind of where the regulatory landscape is moving here in US, is to what they call as predetermined change control plan, and you will hear more about it later. But I wanted to just like leave with that thought, is that there is a world where, as we kind of keep evolving, is that some of these models can change. They should not change automatically. We should have human in the loop who would evaluate the change, who would have a controlled change plan. But in general, it's something that would be net new benefit for the entire healthcare system. With that, I will pause for any questions from the audience.
Por favor. Não.
Renato.
Professor Renato Sabatini, are you there?
Renato, o senhor nos ouve? Professor Renato.
Professor Renato Sabatini, are you online? Do you hear us?
Professor Mayank Kumar terminou os esclarecimentos.
So Professor Mayank Kumar has just finished his presentation. Will you take it from there?
Professor, o senhor está ouvindo?
Do you hear us?
Podemos tentar restabelecer o
I
contato.
think we will have to reestablish the connection with Professor Renato. I think he's back. Hello there.
Desculpe, eu tive problema aqui de retardo de entrada. Okay,
I apologize, but I'm back here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? Yes? Okay. So in order to facilitate our interaction, I'll try to show the first question and my screen, okay? So like you see, Dr. Kumar, thank you for excellent presentation. My question is, when you believe that we'll have a truly autonomous surgical robots as reliable AI-driven surgeons that could complete a surgery, minimally invasive or not, from beginning to end, and how they will benefit patients in the future?
Thanks for asking. That's a very interesting question. There are a couple of things to think about on this topic. One of it is, do we want a completely autonomous procedure? Maybe we always want a surgeon in the loop, because it's kind of like a surgeon would have to provide the care before and after. And so whether we want it or not is an important question as a society to go in that direction. And the other comment that I would say is that maybe the technology is already there. It's important to understand is what really matters for the patient. And actually what matters for the patient is better surgical outcome, a human touch, an empathy. And for all that, I think we definitely need the surgeons and the care team in the room. Why does surgical procedure exist? Because it provides the precision, it provides the accuracy, it provides the repeatability that a surgeon can be confident in using that tool. So that's something that how we think about it, as that it's just a tool. AI driven surgical procedure is also a tool, so is all other AI that the surgeons would actually use to be more precise, to have better surgical outcomes, things that the patient care about. And like to give you an example, the procedure, the surgical platform that we have, it provides a lot of confidence to our surgeons when they use it, because they know that it's kind of already pre-planned and there is not going to be any chance of error in utilizing it. So that's how we think about this topic.
Yeah, sure. I think that in a space voyage and a space trip, NASA is studying autonomous robots to perform operations on the astronauts on the way to Mars, for instance, because it will be a trip that will take 7 months or more. And so if there is some surgical urgency inside the astronave, this future autonomous robot would be able to do surgery, because the time delay between the astronave or Mars and Earth turns impossible any real-time interaction between a surgical command and the surgical robot. Because I see that many lay people, even physicians, they tend to think that these so-called surgical robots, they are autonomous, and they are not. They are telecommands. They are not robots. They are telecommands that are fully controllable by the surgeon, which is around, okay? So I think that on basis of your answer, that will take several decades until we have a truly autonomous robot, right?
I think what I am sharing is that maybe the technology already exists. Maybe for a limited application to astronauts in the Mars, I'm pretty sure companies can build a robot that can be fully autonomous, but that's for a limited use. What I'm sharing is that at this point in time, what the patient needs is care from the surgeon, and what the surgeon and the patient need is more precise surgeries. They may not need an automatic robot to do the procedure.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. We're waiting for more questions from the audience.
Sabatini, mandei para você pergunta aí. Uma pergunta que veio da internet.
No WhatsApp?
É.
All right.
I think we have one question coming in online. Just 1 second, please. Let me get it.
So we have new questions coming from internet person watching. Mr. Kumar, within Mako orthopedic robotic system, is any possibility Stryker to use artificial intelligence in any part of the surgical path, like a CT scan, segmentation, planning, and surgical procedure itself?
Yes. Thanks for asking that question. And we have several steps in the process that we do, such as segmentation, that are already automated within the company. We have to do that, which is like there is a segmenter in the loop, but 95% of the segmentation is already done using deep learning models. To be specific, we are working in research, not in product yet, of automated planning procedure. So how do you automate the step of planning? And also we have one model already running that qualify the CT scan as a good quality or bad quality. So there are steps in the procedure that are already deep learning based or AI based, and there are things we are working in research, such as automated planning, and they are something that will come up quite soon.
Okay. Well, we are at the end of our presentation and our time is expiring. But only I would like to add something. It's not a question, but I am in neurology. Okay, my field of work in medicine is in neurosurgery and neurology. And we have already some kinds of surgery that are amenable to use robots. For instance, stereotactic surgery, which uses a very small hole in the skull and then you enter with an electrode or something like that until the structure you want to deliver an electric current or a chemical substance to destroy some part of the brain in order to cure for a thing like a Parkinson's disease, for instance, okay? So this is truly a robotic surgery, and since 10 years now that some teams in the United States had developed the whole insertion process until reaching the target, fully controlled by a robot that was driven by the anatomical atlas of the brain in a three-coordinate or a polar coordinate system, okay? So it depends on the surgery, of course, okay?
Of course, yeah, yeah. No, that one is a very amazing example, Professor, on how stereotactic procedures could be automated. And I think a lot of the products that we make in the cranial and spine domain are of the similar nature, and we are constantly thinking on the steps to automate, to simplify the workflow and improve the patient outcomes. So we are always constantly thinking, and that's a very great example of an avenue where we have a keyhole surgery in the brain or in the spine that could be significantly automated.
Okay, Dr. Kumar, congratulations for your excellent talk, your lecture. We are very happy with everything we learned new in your presentation. Thank you for your time and your presence here, and all the best to you, okay?
Thank you.
Queria agradecer aos palestrantes e ao professor Sabatini.
I would like to thank the speakers and Professor Sabatini for his time and attention, considering all the technical difficulties during this afternoon. Thank you so much, Professor, and also Dr. Kumar.
Agradecemos mais uma vez as
So we would
participações
like
do Dr. Mayank Kumar e
we
também
would like to thank again Dr. Mayank Kumar and Professor Renato Sabatini. We will have a short 15-minute break, and then we will be back to talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning in healthcare and robotic surgery, regulatory considerations. We will be back.
Good afternoon, and we're back with the first international workshop for robotic surgery and artificial intelligence, promoted by ABRAIDI and ANVISA, sponsored by Intuitive, Medtronic, Stryker, and Johnson & Johnson. Now we're going to talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning in healthcare and robotic surgery, regulatory considerations. To moderate the panel, I'm going to invite Francisco Iran Cartacho Barbosa, GQ specialist from ANVISA, Brazil. Welcome. I would also invite to the panel our online connection, Dr. Manan Hathi, Senior Manager for DH Policy in Stryker. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now let's go over to Dr. Francisco Barbosa. Good afternoon. The microphone isn't working. Just a second. Please, go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iran Cartacho. I'm a specialist in sanitary vigilance and regulation. I have a master's in public health policies, and I specialize in regulating software as medical devices. I'm here today with Mr. Manan, who's a master at this topic. I have his presentation here. He specializes in regulatory affairs. He majored in biomedical engineering, focusing on R&D. He loves digital health and helping to develop regulatory strategies that are in compliance with global regulation. Dr. Manan, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. You have the floor, please. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. And first of all, I'd like to apologize for not being in person. I was actually planned to be there, but because of a family illness, I had to cancel my plans at the last minute. But I heard this morning that there's going to be more of these sessions, so hopefully there will still be opportunity for me to connect in person. Well, I'll go ahead and share my screen, and we can get started. Sorry. Can you see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay, sounds great. So as mentioned, I'm the Senior Manager for Digital Health Regulatory Policy and Intelligence at Stryker. I'm a biomedical engineer originally by training, but sort of graduated towards regulatory throughout my 20+ years that I've been in the industry. So without further ado, I'll talk about my colleague Mayank talked about the technologies that technological aspects of AI ML and how they go. I'll be talking about the regulatory considerations that we've been seeing in this space. So just from an agenda standpoint, I'll start with a little bit of introduction and background. Some of it might be a little bit of a repeat, so I'll skip through that. But then go again into the advantages and challenges of where do we see AI ML being used in healthcare, and what are the considerations that regulatory bodies as well as manufacturers as well as hospitals need to take care of when we are dealing with AI ML technology in the healthcare space. And then I'm going to pivot a little bit and just go a little bit on the global perspective. There is one key concept in the regulation of AI ML that is propping up across many parts of the world. And in some form or other, it's related to this predetermined change control plan concept. So I'm going to go into a little bit of detail there on what that entails, as Mayank sort of gave a preview to. And then talk about what's happening around the world in this space. So just I'll click through some of the slides here, but just to give everyone a level set on AI ML and medtech. But you know, it seems like AI ML is a new technology and it's a new topic, and it's certainly taken a lot of attention over the last couple of years, or it's some time frame around that. But it's, if you go to see, if you just look at US FDA alone, there are already 800 plus, actually to be precise, 882 medical devices with some kind of artificial intelligence, machine learning built in that have already been reviewed and authorized by just the US FDA alone. It's been 25+ years since FDA has been authorizing these, so it's not like FDA has been really busy and just approved 882 devices in the last year. No, these have been around in the market since 25+ years. And when we talk about the predetermined change control plan, although the guidance was just published and it's still in draft format, as a concept, a PCCP type authorization was already performed by FDA back in 2020. So it's not necessarily new technology. It's getting a lot of prominence now. Just a case in point, I mentioned I'm a biomedical engineer. My first job after I graduated from my master's degree in US was actually characterizing of brain injury due to cardiac arrest in patients who are recovering from cardiac arrest. And at the time, we did not know it. We were just saying we are doing signal processing of brain signals to characterize the brain injury, but we were actually using machine learning techniques. So it's really not a new technology. It's been around. It's just getting a lot more focus right now. So talking about the types of AI, and this is where this is a little bit repetitive from what my colleague mentioned. But I want to make sure that this message is clear. We are all on the same page. AI is not one type of conglomerate. Every AI device is not the same, right? There are different types of AI. There's definitely the discriminative AI that's more the machine learning piece, where the algorithm is learning based on the data that is provided to it, and it's classifying based on that pre-existing data. And then there's the generative AI, where the AI can actually generate new content. That's usually done as explained much more technically and elegantly by my colleague than I can, but it uses large language models, and then the OpenAI has the ChatGPT as one of their large language models that are being used. And then there are other technologies that are very limited in focus. So self-driving cars, it's an AI technology, but it's very limited in its focus. It's programmed only to drive cars, and it doesn't go beyond that. So that's kind of different from the generative AI concept. But digging a little deeper into generative AI, what it at the very highest level, what it boils down to is you have some kind of algorithm that's learning, whether it's a large language model or a neural network, and you have data, but you've got lots and lots of data. And you combine that learning model with data, and you train the algorithm, whether it's a supervised learning or unsupervised learning, in the sense you can either give parameters to the algorithm on labeling the data and what this data is versus that is, and then have the algorithm do the training based on that, which would be the supervised learning. Or you just give data like the real world, right? You just give it a whole amount of data with no guidance, and the algorithm has to figure out its own parameters. But essentially what generative ChatGPT does, when you ask it a question, it is trying to predict the next set of words based on the prompt that you're giving it. So an example would be it's 4 o'clock now, almost 4:30, and if the prompt is, hey, are you free to meet for, and you leave it blank, based on the time of the day, based on the context of the conversation, it would suggest meeting for tea. If it was dinner time, it would say dinner, something like that. So it just predicts the next set of words that logically would fit into the prompt that is given. Now you can imagine, and this has not been happening right now, it's still a few years out, but you can imagine that this language doesn't necessarily have to be English or a communication language. It could be replaced by medical images. It could be replaced by lab tests or symptoms library or some combination of all of the above. And then the next, what the algorithm is then predicting is possibly a diagnostic or a therapeutic plan or some kind of clinical decision support. So that's where the algorithm could become a medical device. That's where AI, ML, and generative AI can be used in medical space. However, as I mentioned, this is not happening right now. Most of the algorithms, all the 882 algorithms that have been approved so far, are some kind of discriminative machine learning type of algorithms, not generative AI at this point. And so when you look at applications, just like there are different types of AI, there's also different applications. So not everything that is used in the healthcare space that has AI is necessarily a medical device also. And they're used for a lot of administrative tasks. One example I have seen in a conference I attended was clinical note-taking. So you would have surgeons that typically record a conversation that they have with their physician, with their patient, I'm sorry, and at the end, they probably spend more time going through that recording and taking notes down. That can be significantly automated by using AI, where AI automatically summarizes the discussion that's taken place between the patient, and then the doctor simply has to go in and read the summary that's generated by the AI and make any changes if it's necessary or file it. So those kind of automated, repetitive tasks are definitely in the non-medical device space where AI is being used. But then AI is definitely used in informing care. So providing that clinical decision support, doing some kind of analysis on a, let's say, a radiological image to identify a potential area of concern that the physician could take a look at, or using, let's say, evidence-based recommendations. So for any particular treatment or protocol, the AI could reach out to the internet and find what are the clinical practice guidelines for that kind of patient, and then combine it with patient data and give some recommendations from that standpoint. And then it goes into driving care. So that's where the surgical robotic plans come in, where the AI could be used for automatic segmentation. Mayank mentioned that there is research going on doing automated planning for surgery. So that's where the AI is actually used to drive clinical care, and then treating and diagnosing, right? So distinguishing normal tissue from tumor tissue, or diagnosing lesions and images, more in an automated fashion than just providing information for the physician. So those are all the advantages of how AI can be used in healthcare, but with a lot of power comes great responsibility as well. And therefore, the advantages do come with challenges that we have to guard against. So there definitely can be unintended bias introduced, and we'll talk about how to deal with them. And it can definitely exacerbate social inequities. So if you have the algorithm that's trained on a subset of the population, and if in real world it's used in a different population, it can definitely be inaccurate in that standpoint. And definitely the existing regulatory frameworks, although there have been 882 devices approved, they've all been done through existing frameworks. So I would say it's kudos to the regulatory authorities that have worked within the confines of the existing frameworks, but clearly there can be a lot more efficiency and synergy that can be obtained if the frameworks were a little bit more adequate for the technology that's being regulated. And then we talked about generative AI, and the main reason generative AI is not used right now is generative AI can hallucinate. And I'd like to focus on that a little bit. The main reason that happens is ChatGPT or any kind of generative large language model is really just programmed to provide a logical response over necessarily a factual response. So why would it not give the right response is generally boils down to, and Mayank mentioned this, is basically what your AI is very dependent on what data you use to train it. So if it doesn't have sufficient training, or if it is something called a concept of overfitting, where you've given it too much data of one type and it doesn't have enough diversity, or if there is an existing bias in the data, or the question that we are asking it is not properly formulated, then it can definitely lead to that hallucination. So in the universal answer to how to prevent that from happening is having diverse, representative, high quality data that's very well vetted, and providing that trustworthiness to the algorithm it's very dependent on the trustworthiness of the data that is used to train it. And it's not just the trustworthiness, but also transparency on just making sure that everybody knows how the algorithm is trained. And it's very important to have a human in the loop, at least as of now, as the technology stands. we are not yet ready for AI to completely take over and remove the surgeon from the loop. It's very important to have the human in the loop to make sure that there are no biases that are being presented. So that actually leads to my next slide, which what are the regulatory considerations that we need to take care of? So for the, right now, a lot of countries, and we'll talk about this also, a lot of countries are looking at AI. Most of the regulations are currently focused on, and this is not just for healthcare, but overall AI, are focused on this trustworthiness and transparency concept. So how do we make sure that the artificial intelligence algorithms are trustworthy? How do we make sure they are valid and are reliable? And how do we make sure that we properly verify and validate them before they can be used in whether it's for healthcare or for any application? It can have effects if it's not properly verified and validated. And it's not just important for the algorithm to be trustworthy, but to gain public trust, it also has to be transparent. So the public also needs to know, at least on a summarized basis, what is the data that is used for training the algorithm, and how is it actually doing the training? How is it tested? How is it tuned? Making sure that those training, tuning, and testing databases are completely separate and not influencing each other, because that can certainly make the algorithm work a little. It look like the algorithm is working more accurately than it actually is in the real world. And then the algorithm has to be transparent and explainable. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we don't, we find that right level of transparency that is appropriate for the audience that we are looking at. Human agency and oversight is key right now. We need to have a human in the loop, because especially with the newer technologies such as generative AI, the technology is not perfect. It can make hallucinations, and having a human oversight would be critical to make sure that bias is removed. And we need to also develop fit-for-purpose regulatory frameworks to make sure that the algorithms we are asking the right questions of the technology that is commensurate with how they're working on it. So moving towards that fit-for-purpose frameworks, one of the framework that has emerged as a predominant way of dealing with the challenge of artificial intelligence, particularly machine learning algorithms, is this predetermined change control plan. So this was back in 2019. This picture is taken from a US FDA discussion paper on that sort of established, if you will, the foundation for what is today called the PCCP. And it's based on on having good machine learning practices, having solid software development algorithms that have that baseline of proper data selection and management, proper training and tuning, proper model validation. But once you have that baseline, you can then establish sort of a culture of quality and organizational excellence throughout your software development lifecycle. Then when you go in for a regulatory clearance, along with providing that pre-market assurance of safety and effectiveness that's currently existing in any regulatory clearance that folks go through, you can also provide sort of a boundary line of what do we expect the algorithm to do, not just how it is done today, but expected in the future. And then how are we going to actually make sure that when we deploy that change, that change is properly tested and validated to make sure that algorithm continues to maintain that same safety and effectiveness. And then not only that, but after it's been launched and deployed in the field, we continue the monitoring of the algorithm in real time to make sure that it's performing as it's supposed to be performed, and then feed that back into the whole process. So that concept, the predetermined change control plan concept that was brought forth, that sort of established three things. It was the recognition by regulatory authorities that software devices, particularly AI/ML devices, have a fast and iterative development lifecycle. They do have frequent updates. And certainly for AI/ML, the updates can be even more frequent than traditional software medical devices. And then there was a need for creating a fit-for-purpose regulatory approach to make sure that the regulatory processes can also keep pace. It's not feasible to have 90 days or 180 days between every iteration of the software when the software itself can be developed in a matter of a few months. So that gives rise to this concept of PCCP. FDA has published a draft guidance document on it. I'll talk later about what other regions in the world have been doing. But the concept is simple, is right now, the way it traditionally, an AI algorithm, if you have a machine learning algorithm, the way it would go through the FDA's process would be, you would make the initial RA submission, you would establish your initial feature set. If it requires machine learning and training, that training is done, the parameters are set, and then those parameters don't get modified. Anytime you make a change, that's considered a major change, and you have to go in with a new regulatory submission. Compare that to the concept with a PCCP is, yes, you describe your initial RA submission, but along with that, you establish a PCCP, which has a description of modifications and a modification protocol built in. So you've already identified how you expect the algorithm to change over time, and how are you going to validate that? And then anytime you make the change, that change can be, if it is in line with the established PCCP, you can make that change with a letter to file, which means you can document the change, document how you've validated it, and keep it in your file rather than going for another submission. So so this way you can actually have a device that has a predetermined pathway, modification path, and already built in when you get your initial submission, and it saves time at the end. The only time you would go back for a new submission at that point is if you identify a modification that does not conform with your original PCCP. So the way this is established is through pre-market authorization in the US. That's the 510K or a pre-market approval or a de novo classification pathway. You would compare the device to the version of the predicate that was previously cleared or approved. And if you already have a previously authorized device, you can submit a PCCP. You can submit a submission that only has a new PCCP, and the FDA would review their review aspects only on the points that have been modified. If you do have an unspecified modification, so you learn things in the field that you have to modify the device for, you could either do a new submission as mentioned, or you could essentially create a PCCP for that modification after the fact as well. So it's quite flexible on the way FDA has set up their parameters here. And so what makes up a predetermined change control plan? It's really made up of three components. It's a list of specific planned modifications and how are you going to validate each of those modifications, and an impact assessment of how the modifications affect the device and its safety and effectiveness. So we'll go through into a little bit of detail on each of these topics. So one thing is clear is that the modifications have to be specific with a rationale for the change. It needs to be described in the labeling on what each modification is going to do with enough detail as necessary to understand the modifications, and it should be traceable to the modification protocol. And that we'll talk about that also when we talk about the modification protocol. But the types of modifications that can go through, it can be anything from just retraining the algorithm based on new data. So we had data initially that we trained the algorithm on, tuned and tested it. Now it's out in the field, and obviously we've gathered new data. So continuing to train that with real world data is going to make the performance of that algorithm better, and that can be used as a way of as one of the things that you can do as a PCCP to just maintain that and avoid the concept of model drift. If folks might have heard about that, model drift is where trained model doesn't work as well as it initially did because of changes in the population. So you can avoid that by retraining the algorithm on more data. You can also expand the algorithm to include new sources of the same signal type. So, or even have limited modifications to new types of inputs. So this has to be treaded carefully. The expansion of indications for use is not currently part of the PCCP. So that's why there's a limitation here. But it could be possible to train the algorithm on a subset of an originally indicated population. So you could actually have a general use device already cleared, and then let's say you focus on a population of 50 plus with cardiac arrest, and you can have you can have the algorithm then retrain on that smaller subset, potentially performing better in that subset. And those are the things that you could include in a PCCP. Moving on to the modification protocol, it's a method, it's a description of the methods and data we use to validate and implement the proposed modifications. So that includes statistical analysis. How are we going to maintain the data that is used? How are we going to train it, test it? In all the information that would otherwise be generated and submitted to the agency in a new submission should be generated for each modification and kept in the design history file. And the modification protocol has to be traceable to the specific modifications and the detailed description. So it needs to go into in 4 aspects, right? Data management. So how is the data collection going to happen for the modification? How is the data going to be annotated, curated, stored, and retained? All of that needs to be described, and exactly how the retraining is going to be done. What's the objective of the retraining? And then what is the machine learning model if it is different from the model that's already approved in the PCCP? And then how is the validation going to happen? The idea is that the entire device needs to be validated, both individually and aggregate. And not only that, it's also important because these will be devices that are fielded already and they're in use. What would be the plan for updating those devices once a particular modification has been deployed, and how do we tell the users that now they're using the same algorithm that they were using yesterday is now a little different because it has a modification that has been applied to it. So that labeling, user training is important. And of course, we talked about the real world evidence monitoring to make sure that the device continues to maintain that safety and effectiveness. And this is the traceability we talked about. So for each modification, you can have, for all the 4 categories we mentioned, you identify the specific method of, for modification number 1, what method are we going to use for data management, for retraining, for performance, for updates, and then have that go down to all of your modifications and have that traced back to your list of modifications. And then finally, impact assessment. So when we talk about impact assessment, it's mainly documentation, but it's comparing the machine learning device software function, as they call it in FDA, with each modification implemented and none of the modifications implemented. So we are looking for benefits and risks, including risks of social harm. We're looking for that continued assurance of safety and effectiveness. We're looking for the effect of modifications, not only to the unmodified device, but also on each other. And we are looking at that collective impact of all the modifications. So that's in somewhat detail of what FDA has approached from a PCCP standpoint. When you look globally, there is definitely some similar concepts and definitely some kind of AI regulation happening in many parts of the world. So Europe is marked here. Europe is right now, they're not into the PCCP domain, but there's a new European AI Act that has been passed. It's focused more on the trustworthiness, transparency, reduction of bias, that kind of domain. But it is a horizontal act that applies not only to AI devices in general space, but also AI in healthcare. And that has recently been passed. It's in that transition period of entry into force. For medical devices, I believe it's about 3 years that medical devices have to comply with them. Canada also has published a guidance document similar to FDA on the predetermined change control plan. And then we have AI regulations also coming from a trustworthiness standpoint in China and Australia. But if you look at a PCCP, I mentioned that's become more of a global concept. So US and Canada definitely have published their guidance on that. We have Japan that's already has what they call the improvement design. And I forget the full acronym, but it's called IDA 10 AI. It's essentially a similar concept to PCCP, where during the initial submission, you establish a modification protocol, and you can make changes to the device with simply a notification, rather than going for a full new submission. And there are some other regions also that Singapore has published regulatory guidelines for software medical devices that has a specific focus on AI as well. So PCCP is quickly becoming a globally recognized framework. And case in point, in October 2023, FDA, Health Canada, and UK MHRA released a guiding principles document that laid out 5 principles on how a PCCP type approach could be implemented. They said it needed to be focused and bounded within the list of modifications that can be implemented. It needs to be risk-based to make sure that those modifications continue to maintain that safety and effectiveness. It needs to be evidence-based and transparent. So users know how the algorithm is modified over time, and that does have to focus on that total product lifecycle perspective. So those are the last of my slides. Just to provide a little summary, is, predetermined change control plans are definitely coming out as a global standard on how to look at machine learning algorithms from a regulatory standpoint. It's definitely has benefits in terms of saving review time once the product is on the market. It also has some disadvantages the way it's written right now, as in it requires a lot of pre-planning, it requires a lot of upfront work. In a sense, we have to describe the device from a manufacturer standpoint, describe the device, not only how it is today, but how we intend for it to work in the future. And then from a regulator standpoint, the review also has to be, it also increases because there's description not only of the current device, but also how it will work in the future. But it does bring in benefits to the patients once the device is cleared to actually have the algorithm learn by itself, and not by itself, but learn the new data as it comes in and keep up to date and make sure it continues to perform effectively. So what to expect going forward is there's no reason why a PCCP type approach should be limited to AI ML only. Certainly it can be applicable to software as well, which is also quite iterative and changes rather rapidly. And FDA is actually working on they've announced that they've been working on a draft guidance that will apply this concept not just to AI ML and not just to software, but for all medical devices in general. It's also important to be able to engage with regulatory authorities early, especially if there is a PCCP type device that is being introduced. So any opportunity to engage early with regulators would be beneficial. And then we talk about the international regulatory updates that are coming to accommodate this. So I'll take a pause here. I think we have about 15 more minutes. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And to start off the discussion, there's a question already. So let's go ahead. What approach, in your opinion, is currently the most appropriate to prove security, performance, other than traceability, transparency, security against bias and privacy for this type of technology, considering that it seems obvious that regulatory criteria needs to be created and adapted to be able to better handle the new AI that is being created, especially applied to healthcare. So how do you see this adaptation of the regulatory framework? And if you think that classical criteria that is demanded for other medical devices should be maybe loosened when applied to AI in a way to be able to permit that this type of technology gets into the market?
Yeah, so essentially, to answer the first part of the question, so when we look at how do we ensure, and the way I understand it is that how do we ensure the security, safety, and efficacy, particularly in Europe? So I think from a European standpoint, for security regulation standpoint, there is already requirements in the MDR that talk about security of the device. There's MDCG 2019-16, which is sort of a consortium guidance document that detail how Europe expects security to be implemented in Europe. There's also the AI Act, as I mentioned, that talks about how AI should be developed and how the risk of the AI should be maintained. All these are regulations that are horizontal, so they don't apply differently to AI ML devices than they do to any other device that goes through it. So if you have an AI ML device that qualifies as an MDR or an IVDR, it will have to follow the same principles as any other device. For security, it will have to follow the AI Act. It might even be considered as a high-risk AI, the way the AI Act is currently written. So to the question of whether there is a possibility to loosen the requirements in Europe, I don't see that as happening. I think what's even in the space where if Europe were to implement a PCCP type paradigm, and in US FDA, where FDA has already been implementing a PCCP type paradigm, it's really not loosening the requirements. It's really changing how the requirements are applied. So when the modification is implemented without a new regulatory approval, it seems like it's loosening the requirements, but really what it's doing is the modification protocol has been thoroughly reviewed by FDA beforehand. And the fact that we have an impact assessment that needs to be done, that's really making sure that the device continues to be safe and effective. Because at the end of the day, that is a regulator's purview, is to make sure that, yes, to foster innovation, but also to make sure that public health is maintained. So I don't see the regulations loosening, but there can certainly be innovative ways how the regulations are applied to enable that innovation to happen in the market.
Thank you so much for your answer. Do we have any other questions from the audience here?
Bom, até o momento não.
Okay, none so far. So I do have another question for you.
Do pessoal online.
This is from the people who are watching online.
Inglês.
In English.
In my view, as an expert learning more about SAMD Brazilian regulation, it seems to me that general LLM such as ChatGPT and similar should be entirely forbidden to be used in healthcare because the answers are not reproducible for the same question. The training set changes every second. It's impossible to determine a test set to access its errors, rate and reliability due to unsystematic errors, and etc. It's a hard nut to crack for me. It's impossible to implement a PCCP for LLMs. A pergunta, obviamente, é se você concorda com esse ponto de vista.
The question obviously is if you agree with this point of view and what solution would you have here?
Pergunta é do professor Sabatini.
The question comes from Professor Sabatini.
Okay. Yeah, so I think as the technology stands today, and that's totally right, that ChatGPT type models are really preliminary. I wouldn't say they should be banned, but I would say we need to wait for them to develop and see how they develop to see if we can see their performance if they improves and if we can be confident of their validation. So as I mentioned right now, none of the algorithms that I know of that have been, at least in the US, been approved. And certainly none of the algorithms that we are working on internally at Stryker use ChatGPT or any kind of large language model for an external healthcare domain perspective. So yeah, I think as the technology is right now, I agree that it's not ready to be used in healthcare, but clearly research is going on, and so we have to watch for how it develops, and maybe in the future there will be enough knowledge on how these algorithms work, and enough guardrails we can put around them to then enable them to be used in healthcare.
Muito obrigado pela
Thank you so much for
resposta.
your answer.
Tem outra
There's
pergunta.
another question here.
Essa é minha.
This is from me, actually.
É aparente que a
So
cirurgia
it's clear that robotic surgery has allowed for more precision. It's faster and less invasive when we think about surgeries. So what is your current point of view so that in the near future, this technology can evolve from a tool that is used to help to a semi-automatic procedure where the robot itself is able to correct any wrong movement that is done, or even allowing to extend the life of that doctor? Let's say that doctor is no longer as precise, and then the robot can help them and correct their movements so they can prolong the doctor's working life. And then going to future an automatic procedure that is has oversight from a surgeon that is going to tell the robot what to do, and not really kind of making the movements like a puppet master, if that makes sense. So from there, going to a system where the robot performs surgery alone, they are able to see the environment they're in, make decisions, and then having the full procedure alone. Obviously, this is going to require the use of a lot of the technologies we're talking about here, such as AI to interpret images, make decisions, and all of that combined into one unique system. So the question is, what do you see in terms of the regulatory approach, thinking about everything that we're talking about in transparency, traceability, and reliance in those systems? Especially seeing the example that we have with image interpretation by artificial intelligence. The change in one pixel in the image triggers a whole network of neurons that changes their outcome, and the image is pretty much the same. There's only one small change. And this kind of error can be introduced in a surgery due to a signal variation, interference of equipment, or something like that. So what is your opinion in this area? Are we going to be able to really trust these steps? They're going to happen because there is a need for that.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think a similar question was asked of Mayank as well. I think, and I will defer to him on the technological aspect. But the technology exists today to do it. The question is, how comfortable are we from a regulatory standpoint? How comfortable are we from a patient risk management standpoint on allowing a robot to do a surgery completely? To your point about increasing, let's say, the active life of a surgeon, that potentially is happening today, because that one of the major reasons why robotic surgeries are more accurate is because of the fact that a robotic arm does not waver. A human arm, however steady it is, it's still made up of flesh and blood, and there's hearts are beating, blood is pulsing, so it can waver. Versus a robotic arm, once you set it to a certain location, it's going to stay there that way. So that potentially is already happening today. But to the point of whether we can remove the surgeon from the loop, the technology is there, but the risk of an AI making a mistake is unacceptable, I guess, at the current time, to the outcome that it could have on the patient. So right now, a robotic technology is used in order to improve outcomes at patients, and that's what at Stryker we are focused on. We're focused on making healthcare better for patients. We're focused on improving patient outcomes. So right now, we feel that that is the best way to go about it. As I meant, similar to this previous answer, as I mentioned, as the technology progresses, as we can be more confident, maybe that will change.
Ótima resposta, muito
Amazing
obrigado.
answer. Thank you so much. And I have one more question that perhaps it's not your area of expertise, but it's another technology related to AI that is also very close to us. It's coming up. And there are some advantages of application in some areas, which are continuous learning AI that could bring advantages, especially considering applications where we need some kind of refining or fine-tuning to have a specific application, such as a hospital, perhaps fine-tuning the system that the hospital is using for the patients or their clients, let's say, or even for a person, specifically in the case of a product that can monitor their health and maybe make adjustments in terms of their predictions to be able to then predict the reaction of that person's body, that unique individual. So there are advantages that we foresee with this type of technology. However, the current regulatory framework can't really find a solution for the implementation of this type of device because even the newest novelty here, which would be PCCP, seems appropriate for this type of product. So what is your suggestion? What do you see in terms of the regulation for this type of product to be able to make sure that when that device is learning and adapting, it's going to perform at least the same as what is predicted for that product when it's launched?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. If the FDA's guidance document on PCCP does mention that a little bit on continuous learning, or not the guidance document, but at least the discussion paper that was written in 2019, it does touch on continuous learning algorithms. Right now, the regulatory frameworks are not appropriate for that. One way I can see, maybe if I can conjecture, and this is my personal opinion only, is you could have something in the real world monitoring aspect where the algorithm can automatically monitor its performance. And so going into that modification protocol of how right now it's focused on how the manufacturers are going to validate the modification before it's deployed. But maybe the technology will at some point reach a level where it can do the learning, it can do the validation itself, and it can itself self-monitor before it deploys the modification, whether the modification still maintains at least the same level of safety and effectiveness. Again, I'm not a technical expert anymore. I left the R&D space a long time ago, but yeah, if the technology could get to that level where it could automatically itself decide whether the modification is ready to be deployed or not, based on real world performance, that would be one way of going forward. But I don't know if you're there yet.
Muito obrigado por sua
Thank you so much for your opinion on this issue. Do we have any other questions, guys? There's one more. Please go ahead. Thank you so much. This is a question for you as ANVISA specialist, Francisco. So we've seen this evolution and we've been following AI applied to healthcare. But let's say last year or a little bit before then, we started seeing that AI is leaving medical devices to work, whether it's on your phone, like Stryker showed, to check the amount of blood, for example. So I wanted to understand from ANVISA's point of view, if there's any planning or what are the regulatory challenges for this other side, this other kind of artificial intelligence model, and what we can expect in terms of regulation in Brazil for that.
Obrigado pela pergunta.
Thank you for your question. In the healthcare area, there are several risks that come from several risk sources, let's say. And the pre-market regulation, which is the area where I work, focuses on one type of risk that can be handled through a pre-market approval to expose the population to that product. The other risks in the health area, they are handled by the other areas of regulation for healthcare usage. Among them, there are other areas in ANVISA that work with healthcare services, procedures, and also this kind of coverage of those risks also advances to the professional councils and all that type of thing that is going to regulate the healthcare activities. So with AI coming into these areas with a lot of different functionalities, like we just saw in the last presentation, to estimate the amount of blood lost in a procedure, we have that information. In that case, that product is a medical device because it's bringing information that is going to help in a decision-making process to treat the patient. We're going to need pre-market regulation, approval, etc., to be able to use that product. However, there are several others, such as there are some that are going to summarize patients' electronic charts, and to do that, they are not creating any new information, but it's basically gathering information that the generative AI or whatever other technology thinks it's important for the doctor to see, according to whatever training that that algorithm had. And these risks end up being handled by the other parties that work in regulating this market. Obviously, because it's an artificial intelligence and because it involves patient information, it is also subject to a different type of legislation that handles personal data, cybersecurity, and even the legislation that is being developed to handle AI in a horizontal way. So the manufacturers of this type of product need to pay attention to that. It's not just because I make a healthcare product that I need to deal with ANVISA. There are other aspects that need to be observed to actually put something in the market and exposing the population to that type of product. I hope I answered your question, because this is a new area and we don't really have really solid answers right now. There's another question.
I have one question for Mr. Hathi and also for you. So my question for Mr. Hathi is if you've already developed a PCCP for a registration with FDA, and if yes, what were the main challenges regarding developing that plan so that it's not that or too wide and not too strict in terms of what can be modified and what can be fed to AI? And also, what was FDA's feedback, if you're able to talk about that, if they, when evaluated the PCCP, if their action was more to the direction of stricting it even more? And the second question is regarding the methodology PCCP, if that's something that ANVISA is already working on, if you're, looking at it as in a positive way.
Professor Hathi, por favor.
Professor Hathi, please.
Yeah, I'll answer the first part of that question. So yes, Stryker has actually gotten a PCCP through. Unfortunately, I won't be able to share the details, frankly, because I'm not privy to them. I mean, it was a team that worked on the PCCP. It actually dovetails, though, on FDA's future vision for how a PCCP could be handled. So I mentioned they are working on a guidance document to expand the scope of PCCP to all devices. So what I know of the PCCP that Stryker did get through, it was actually for a hardware device. It was not for a software device. And it was for a component of the device that was going end of life, and they were going to replace it with a similar component. But it would have required verification and validation. So instead of waiting for that end of life to happen and doing a 510K, the team decided to go for a PCCP. I think the key is that they approached FDA in a pre-submission discussion to decide how to move forward, and FDA suggested using a PCCP for this approach. So definitely not. In this case, it wasn't more of a restrictive. FDA had suggested it, but the guidance document does go in and say that if you submit a list of modifications, FDA could approve just a subset, and if they are not happy with the modification protocol or the impact assessment, or if they don't agree with something on one modification, they can, in their approval, they can limit the scope of the PCCP to what they agree with, not necessarily what was submitted. So hope that answers the question of, and unfortunately, I don't have any more detail that I can share.
Obrigado, Heidi. Do ponto de vista da Anvisa,
Right, so thank you so much for your answer. And now, from the point of view of ANVISA, we are already working on the update of RDC 657 that deals with softwares. And we are trying to include the new regulatory approaches, and PCCP is included in that. And also learning how to deal with these new technologies like Gen AI and continuous learning in order to propose a regulatory approach to deal with that, considering that there are some applications in the market that can benefit healthcare. Of course, we're not going to review regulation for the Brazilian market that it's not harmonized with other regulatory agencies because of, compatibility of markets. So you cannot remove Brazil from the global market. But the idea is actually to work on that. So we have been working on a fora like the IMDRF to harmonize that and also to be able to do that review in the near future. But I believe that regarding the application of PCCP, that's almost guaranteed, for this type of adhesion, because it's something that it's been very well applied in other markets. Of course, we're going to adapt that to the Brazilian market because we have different digital regulations and characteristics, but we have to do something that is adapted to the specificity of each country. Right, so I think we have one last question sent by someone online as well. Let me see. So we have a question from Edgar René from Bolivia. He's asking Professor Harthy, so through PCCP, is it able to evaluate devices with dynamic and static AI?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but I think if it means continuous learning versus locked algorithms, then I think we've kind of touched on that. Continuous learning is currently in flux. I think the current algorithms that are out there are more locked algorithms, where you train the algorithm, that you put it on the market, and then you can have a PCCP to train the algorithm further on a new set of data, or more of the same type of data to improve the performance. But it doesn't automatically deploy in the field as of now.
Imagino também que eu tenha perguntado exatamente o que você acabou respondendo.
I imagine that that was exactly the question, and I agree with your answer. The regulatory framework proposed by PCCP is not adapted for this type of technology today, because the manufacturer has to have control of the changes and modifications that are going to be done, and it's not the case for continuous learning AI, actually. Well, with that, I think we're over time already. So thank you very much, Dr. Hathi, for being with us. And thank you all for your attention.
Também agradecemos os esclarecimentos dos senhores Francisco Irã Cartacho Barbosa e Maná Hathi.
So thank you, Manan Hathi and Francisco Iran, for their participation. Moving on, we have a panel on digital solutions. So as moderator, I would like to invite on the stage Anderson Almeida Pereira from the Management of Equipment with ANVISA. I would also like to invite on stage Benoit Aubin, Director of Regulatory Affairs in Digital Solutions with Intuitive.
Muito obrigado. Passo a palavra ao Dr. Anderson Almeida Pereira, por gentileza.
All right, so Anderson Pereira, the floor is yours.
Me permita aqui.
Alô, alô?
Ok, deu certo.
Beleza. Boa tarde a todos. A última.
Good afternoon. So we're coming to the final panel of the day. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, ABRAIDI and Sergio Madeira, for having us. It's also to have an expert like Benoit with us on the stage. So Benoit is actually the Director of Regulatory Affairs in Digital Solutions, and he's also a master in digital computation, and he's going to also talk about digital solutions. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'm not so happy to be the last one because it's actually very close from the end of the day. And as you can see, the title of my presentation is actually exactly the same as Stryker. Now, the benefit is that I will be able to skip some parts, so we will actually be done a bit earlier. Disclaimer for future. So when we talk, that's really my perspective, not necessarily. History on myself, I'm a software engineer by training, so I've been in the medical device world for about 20 years now. First as a developer, and then really going into radiology for design control and regulatory affairs and PMS and QMS, before joining Intuitive in Switzerland for the robotics side, and now I'm in charge of the digital solutions. From an Intuitive perspective, so I look at digital solutions, and for us, the core of the activity is really around our patients and the surgeons. We provide tools to facilitate the life of the surgeons, to facilitate or to increase the outcomes for patients. So, of course, we have the robotic system, we have instruments, we have energy generators, we have vision capabilities, but we also provide software applications. In addition to this, we also actually provide software tools or applications that will provide, for instance, training opportunities or collaboration tools that will enhance actually the collaboration of the surgeon community to make sure that they can rely on each other and improve outcomes and learn from each other. And based on the data that we generate as well, we can actually share that with our surgeons so that they also better understand their own practice, and they can then use that to learn from their history and progress in their education. Now, as a regulatory person, that makes it a bit complex because we've talked a lot of medical devices. For me, the first question is actually, what's a medical device? Because it's actually not always that obvious. So it used to be really simple. A long time ago, we would bring one piece of hardware to the hospital. Physically, we ship it, we deliver it, it's there. Now it becomes a bit more complex. So when I look at the hospital environment, for me, this is what it means. Let me find this. We may have first a patient who at home uses an application on his phone, and he will receive an alert thanks to the wearable that he has. That alert, he will go to the hospital, and so we transfer the information from that phone to the hospital, where we will enter the patient data in the EHR. So now the patient start to follow the workflow within the hospital. He goes to have a medical exam. That data, the DICOM images are generated and go onto a central PACS. Through the diagnostic, maybe we will have the patient being diagnosed by a remote radiologist. The data comes back through the firewall. And prior to surgery, we may use a simulator so that the surgeon really understands how we practice. And then he can go into doing the surgery. As I said before, the data that is being created as part of that workflow, then we can export it. And the surgeon will have access to that data as part of his practice to really better understand really the economics of the procedure, his skills, for instance. As a hospital administrator, they can also understand the benefits. And as it was said this morning, it also helps to understand really the financial benefits of going to robotic surgery, for instance. Something I didn't say, we actually also have the systems themselves that can be monitored remotely so that we understand actually how that works. We can do over-the-air updates, for instance, and so on and so forth. Let me change hands. Now, from a regulatory perspective, I have a very different perspective on this workflow. I don't really work in the hospital. So what I'm interested in is really understanding how we regulate these products. So typically, we talked of that software before that would provide an alarm. To me, that means that potentially it's a software as a medical device on a mobile device. It uses a medical device accessory to provide that information. We have privacy and cybersecurity concern when we transfer the information to the hospital. We create the information in the EHR, which is actually a health IT system. That health IT system leads to software in the medical device and medical device software functions as part of the scan. And the data goes into the PACS where we have potentially intercompatibility issues. The diagnostic information will be done remotely. And potentially, for instance, we have AI as a medical device as a service that is being used. The information goes back to the hospital. We have our simulator. The simulator is not a medical device, but it's still hardware. So we have row house issues, we have EMC, electrical safety. So we have a lot of additional regulation that we need to consider. We have robotics. So again, we also have software in the medical device function and medical device software functions that are here. And then we will export again the data. So again, cybersecurity, potentially privacy issues. And we go to a tool that is on the surgeon's phone, which is probably an exempt admin software. And finally, the workflow is complete. So it's a lot of different types of products that we have here. And we live in a global environment. So what that means for me also is, what are the regulations that I need to understand? So this gives you just a glimpse at current regulation. It's far from being complete. But as you see, we have very consistent information here. We see new information when it comes to medical device regulation and privacy. We have cybersecurity and mobile guidance. We have privacy again. We have AI, we have privacy, we have software guidance and MDDS and so on. And as time passes, we have actually more and more regulation. So these type of devices, they are all over the place. And as much as I wish for harmonization, we are not there yet. So how do we start? Because frankly speaking, it's actually a bit complex to even understand what's a medical device in that world. So the first thing is really to make sure that you fully understand your product. It's software, it goes very quickly. So it means that we can actually create new features very, very quickly. From the very beginning, we really understand how the product will be used. Typically, what's the purpose? What's the intended population? Who will be using the product? And actually, when it's going to be used. It has a significant impact on how we can classify that. We need to understand also the different software function and the data. What is coming in, what is going out? Where does it go? We export the data out of the hospital, for instance. What type of data is being exported? Is it patient data? Is it actually just surgeon data? So we really need to understand that, and as well as the different hardware components. Something that can be very helpful is, for instance, the draft guidance that AMDF has created where they say how to consider device and risk characterization. It really helps to draft an intended purpose to really make sure that we can fully understand the product. Once we understand what it does, we need to understand whether it's a medical device. And so the person before from Stryker actually already discussed it, so I will skip this medical purpose. Does it treat or diagnose and drive clinical management? You also need to understand whether it's a medical device accessory. And so based on that, you will run your decision trees. And again, be careful. It's not harmonized. So the decision will actually be different based on the different countries you want to address. And finally, now you know whether it has a medical purpose or not, but even if it has a medical purpose, it may be exempt in some countries. So we need now to check, for instance, is it used only for administrative support? Is it for clinical decision support? Does it contain alarms? Is it for well-being? Do you store the data only, or do you display it only? And the classification or the qualification will be different based on the country. Typically, for instance, in the US, FDA has published the Digital Health Policy Navigator, which really helps to go through all of their different exemptions and all of the different guidances to really understand whether your product qualifies as a medical device or not. So as an outcome, it may or may not be a device. If it's not a medical device, you're not there yet, because most of the time your digital products, they will actually include hardware. Maybe it's because you have a phone that you carry with you, but maybe you also deliver a computer to the hospital directly. If it's hardware, you're still subject to electrical safety considerations. If you use it in the OR, for instance, you really want to make sure that you won't harm the patient or even the personnel of the hospital. Of course, you have EMC and wireless considerations. And so typically here in Brazil, you would consider Anatel and what are their regulations when it comes to that type of device. And finally, many countries include restriction of hazardous substances, so we also need to make sure that we are compliant to these requirements. Now, we've said it before, from a software perspective, even if it's not a medical device, we still have privacy consideration. So GDPR typically in Europe and where it spread out a bit everywhere, we need to understand what's the type of information we will transfer. Cybersecurity, again, we don't want to create a breach within the hospital walls. We are a supplier to the hospital. We want to ensure also the security of their network. Even if it's not a medical device, it's not a reason to open the door to potential attacks. And finally, AI, it was said before, so we have some guidances specifically for medical devices, but some others, like in the EU, are horizontal regulations, so they may also apply to these non-medical devices. Now, if it's not a medical, or if it's not a medical device, it's a medical device. You may think that you understand how to deal with that. So you understand your design controls. You have 13485 and 62366, for instance. So the issue is that if your engineers, they tell you, oh, by the way, we improved our algorithm and now we use machine learning. But nowadays, everything is under control. From a regulatory perspective, I'm actually worrying a lot because that changes everything. So I really need to understand in that case how we will manage that. So it means first, what does it do? Machine learning algorithms, so some of them will really be, or will really represent the intended purpose of your product. Some of them may be very, or may fulfill menial tasks, and they may be used in different algorithms or different software for different purposes. And so it means that depending on the medical device software that will use your algorithm, you may have a different risk. About the risk, is it risky? What does it mean actually to be risky, and really what's going to be the impact on the product? Who is your intended population? It's actually not that easy to understand what's going to be the intended population, and so where do you deliver it? Where do you want to really better understand? For instance, is it for children or adults? Is it for male or female? Is it, depending on the ethnicity of your patients, it might change. But it also depends on technical criteria. If you look at images, what are the manufacturers of DICOM images that are present in Brazil? Maybe you don't have the same as in the US, so it may be that you need actually different data as an input. So we really need to understand that. What are the covariate factors? That means covariate factors, what will have a potential impact on the quality or the performance of your algorithm? And again, it may be linked to patient population, to the technical criteria, to the input data. So we really need to understand what is representative of your population. And finally, is it even regulated? It's actually not a given, and we sometimes don't even know how it's regulated. We've seen the map. previously. It's actually slightly different from mine, so it means that I probably need to investigate some countries. I really want just to focus on two main areas here. First, as it was said before, so US, Canada, and the UK, they have created their GMLPs in 2021 and a PCCP guidance in 2023. For the two of them, they are really high-level requirements or high-level principles. So the first one has 10 principles, the second one has 5. It's a one-page document. It's not very detailed. As a regulatory person, I like to have guidance. One page, I can't really do much with that. On the other side, so we have the EU, and so it's an act, it's a horizontal regulation, and so it's still pending. It should be published, or it should be enforced in the coming days. And then we also have, as it was said before, many other countries who look at that. So the GMLPs, as I said, so they are extremely generic. 10 principles, 1 page in total. They are specific, so that's the good thing. So it's really about medical devices, but still, what does it mean for us and how do we actually implement that? The AI Act, it's the opposite. It's extremely detailed, so it's about 300 pages, but it's a horizontal regulation. So it will apply to medical devices. It will also apply to these non-medical devices. It may apply to the tools that you use as part of your quality management system. Even though they are very different, so 1 page, 300 of them, the principles are actually the same. And I looked at Korea, I looked at Saudi Arabia, and so at different countries, the principles that they expect for machine learning are very, very similar. First, they have a risk-based approach. We really need to understand the risk of our product and really apply controls based on that. They insist a lot on data governance. Data is new. We did not have actually even that issue of governing data before. Human in the loop, we talked about that before, but what does it even mean? How do we control the human, or what is the impact of the human in the middle of the process? Transparency, generalizability, and finally, we have also post-market monitoring. So these new principles, they actually present new challenges. First, the risk. In the medical device world, we know risk. So we have ISO 14971, so we know how to do a risk analysis to identify that. Now what we're finding is that these risks are actually unknown to us. We never had that type of risk where we may have bias or overtrust or data quality issues. That's new to us. How do we even address that? Data governance, how do we segregate the data? How do we select a platform, or how do we source the data? Where does it even come from? We need to be able to acquire data that will be representative of the population. Do you know where to find that data? Who, as a patient, will accept to share the data so that you can use it to train? Will they even trust that you're doing the right thing? We need to do post-market monitoring, which makes sense. So we want to really monitor how the product will evolve over time. Now, it's actually fairly different from the regular post-market surveillance that we do, because here we may be facing a change in the population, for instance. If the city evolves, if the population moves, you may have new populations coming in that you did not foresee before. There might be a drift as well. Other challenges is we need subject matter experts. We need actually AI experts. They are pretty rare. I know that ANVISA and probably all of the regulators are struggling to find experts. Even in the industry, we make struggles for that. And it also means that as a regulatory person, in my design control process, I never talked to machine learning engineers before. And now I actually need to understand what they are doing, how they are doing it, and really to also educate on some parts that for them were a bit foreign sometimes. And finally, standards. So again, we have 1 page of guidance from FDA and UK and Canada, 1 page. There are about 200 standards that are being developed for machine learning. 200 means that there is not one single standard that exists, and it means that, again, they will all be different. Some of them have been published and include some information, but it's still very new, and we are all trying to understand what that means. We don't even have a definition of artificial intelligence. Now, not everything is black. So as a medical device manufacturer, we still have a quality management system that we really understand well. So we know actually how to do that, and we can plug these principles in our existing processes. So typically, for instance, I can't even read, I don't have my glasses. The risk-based approach, that's something that we can plug in the risk management process. There is a technical guidance 34971 that includes new hazards as part of the, or that are dedicated for machine learning that we can plug into that process. For the data governance, Pat Baird is the pod of machine learning, he's from Philips, and he compared that to actually managing raw material. So our data, we need to make sure that we segregate it, we have traceability, it should not be contaminated, and so on and so forth. So it's very, very similar to managing your raw material from a hardware perspective. So we need to apply the same principles. We need to consider the human in the loop. For that, we have usability evidences and standards. So that really helps to understand what's going to be the risk of the human and how we can make sure that we understand its impact and decide on an approach. Is it completely automated? And then the humans actually completely out of the loop and doesn't have any impact? Or should it be really responsible, for instance, for blocking the system and authorize really its activity? Transparency, we can use usability labeling principles for that because we understand how that works. Generalizability, it's really making sure that you understand your population. And that's part of your design inputs. You need to go very consistently through your process to understand what are the different components and where it's going to be used, by whom it's going to be used, at what time it's going to be used, so that you really understand what's the population. And finally, post-market surveillance. So have post-market surveillance was historically more about complaints or receiving complaint information and doing that investigation. Now there are more and more proactive application of post-market, but we can still work on that process and include this post-market monitoring requirement population change or drift, for instance. Key takeaways. So you first need really to understand your product. It's actually not that easy. It takes a lot of efforts because in the digital world, it goes much faster than in traditional medical devices. So they may have multiple functions. Some functions may be non-medical device functions. You may have software as a medical device that runs on a general computer. You may have a non-medical device function that runs on a medical device. You may have software in a medical device, software as a medical device. These different components, they can potentially be regulated differently. So it doesn't mean that your solution is actually one single product. You may have different products with different goals. It then triggers potentially some new challenges with intercompatibility, but this is really something that needs to be understood. And the details matter a lot. You need to communicate. We are all learning about machine learning and the different regulations. Nobody really understands it. So we have high-level guidances, but FDA, for instance, and the PCCP, they have actually not excluded continuous learning programs or continuous learning medical devices. They have not excluded them on purpose. They have not included them in there. So they know that it's coming and they want to open the door for the manufacturers to potentially accept that if they have trust that the manufacturer is doing the right thing. But it means that you can use these interactions that are planned with regulators to really understand what they expect when it comes to machine learning and what type of data do they want to see. And then, so again, 10 principles, draft regulation, draft PCCP guidance. So we don't really have much. It doesn't mean that you cannot start to implement these principles in your quality management system right away. You don't need to wait for the final guidance. It's going to be too late. You can start right away. You update your processes. They were shown before, design controls, risk management, and so on. All of them, you can benefit from what you already have to improve, to implement that. And this is it.
Bom, parabéns, Benoit. Eu queria só
Congratulations,
pedir
Benoit.
Eu falei que você trabalhava na Stryker, mas é muito intuitivo, 11 anos de experiência.
I just wanted to apologize because you said you work at Stryker, but you've been working at Intuitive. So as you said, there is a challenge regarding the product, and this is a constant challenge for ANVISA. We always get questions as to where this product should go. We have a lot of meetings in terms of software as medical device that is between medical device or not medical device, so it's very blurred lines right now. It is a complex issue. When we talk about harmonization, we have tried where possible to follow the world's harmonization. We participated in groups of IMDRF, of AI, and other groups as well. As Iran mentioned in the previous presentation, the next review of the software is from 2022, and it will be reviewed now, and probably by the end of 2025, I would say, we're going to have a new final resolution that is going to include PCCP, and it's going to also try to include some part of AI. We have a lot of software as well that has artificial intelligence, so sometimes standalone, installed in computers or within other devices. But the question that I would like to ask you now is, in Intuitive, you actually capture the need for the development of a digital solution. This is different than what is already there, right, from the market. That's what you do, right? So the question is, does it come from doctors? Does it come from Intuitive itself? And you're trying to get a different point of view, and you're trying to conceive something new than what's out there in the market? What is the logic that you operate with inside the company?
So I think that the goal for us is to see how we can benefit the patient and the healthcare community. So it means that we really look at where we are potentially losing time, where the surgeons actually benefit from data, where they benefit from tools that may sometimes seem like they don't really provide much value, but it's still where they spend most of their time instead of practicing. The goal is also to make sure that we can actually minimize differences between surgeons. So we really want to educate our surgeons to make sure that they really understand the technology and that they self-learn and they can share information. So it means that for that, we reach out to surgeons, of course, to really understand their expectations. We will look also at the different countries, because not all of them have the same priorities when it comes to surgery, for instance. And so we try to capture this as part of our design control processes. Now, when it comes to these non-medical device applications, it comes really from also customer input, when they would say, for instance, I want a way to document my procedure at the end of the surgery. They spend an awful lot of time just to write about what did happen actually during the surgery. We are trying to find solutions for them to make sure that it facilitates their work in the day-to-day. We have tools, for instance, where we can also really observe how they interact with each other during surgery, to make sure that we can actually promote best practices. And for instance, helping them saying, if you actually start half an hour earlier, maybe you can do 2 surgeries and it's going to be more cost efficient for your Da Vinci program. So it's really understanding full scope for that program. It's not just one system that we place at the OR. We really want to make sure that it's used in there's harmony between different departments, that they can really have an effective program for the patient to benefit from it. I hope I answered.
Sim.
Do we have any questions in the audience? Does anyone want to ask anything? Let me see if we have any questions from the online viewers.
Pela internet também.
There's no questions online at the moment. Oh, is there one?
It's late in the day.
Já está no.
Yeah, it's very late already.
Então, você comentou que
you mentioned that you're planning to have systems to document and trace the medical procedure, right? This is one of the things you said. Did I get that correct? You were mentioning that there could be a system to document and record how the surgery went, and then the medical team can use that, right?
sim. Não, então, ok.
Okay, great. That's awesome. That's so interesting. Actually, it's going to improve the process as a whole and even the learning of the whole team. Thank you so much. I would really like to thank you. I appreciate it. I think it's a little late. We're in the nick of time. And I will call them to close the event. Thank you so much, Benoit. Thank you for being here with us. You really brought a lot of information to the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Os nossos agradecimentos aos
We
senhores
extend
Benoit
our thanks to Mr. Benoit Alban and Mr. Almeida Pereira. We got to the end of a great day of promoting information, sharing knowledge on the first international workshop for robotic surgery and AI organized by ABRAIDI and ANVISA. This event was only possible thanks to the sponsorship of Intuitive, Medtronic, Stryker, and Johnson & Johnson. Tomorrow we have another big day with national and international specialists to discuss scientifically the huge advancements related to technology and artificial intelligence. I expect you guys here. I'll be here at 8:30 tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'll wait for you guys here.